I might actually try and get around. She looks like she's going to pop through. Once again, where do we find ourselves? Yep. Yeah, on the eastern airstrip of Madikwe, where there's a terminal building, there is an aeroplane, there is tarmac. It's all very useful when it comes to flying and landing airplanes. And our lions seem to love this area. There we go. Let's see if we can show you this beautiful female. Matthew, you're excited to get this adventure started. Well, we're going to see what we can do. It is starting to get very warm already, so for her to be moving is quite a surprise. There are some impala off to the side here that maybe, well, we're hearing baboons actually coming from Twasa watering hole like we did the other day, so it's possible there might be more lions there having a drink, but she's somewhere here in the thicket, so we're going to see if she pops out. Let me reposition the area, maybe, unless you can see her. This radio is very loud. Apologies for that. Can you see her there? She's going to pop out. Sandy, how do lions keep cool on harsh, hot days? Well, they sit in the shade and they hide behind black poles sometimes. Shade is key. Shade is key. They'll also lie on their backs, exposing their belly. Ah, the impalas have spotted her. You heard that? Another one. Now she's going to walk out into the open as if she wasn't trying at all to hunt in the first place. They're able to give off heat on their bellies. They're a very thin layer of fur there compared to the rest of the body, and also off of their feet. So you'll find them lying in shade and doing almost nothing, just exposing themselves to some wind and staying out of the heat. That's a very characteristic nasal alarm call of an impala. The number of rams over there that she was sort of eyeing from the distance. But once the alarm call's been sounded like that, generally the predator's got no chance. So we hope you've all got your coffees charged and your teas, and if you are just waking up in the morning and you're in bed on this Saturday morning, good morning to you. Hope you had sweet and wonderful dreams. Welcome to Escape to Nature here on this gorgeous Saturday morning. Saturday the 21st of January. Can you believe it? 21st of January already now. Feels like this month has gone quite slowly for some, and for others I'm sure it's gone really, really quickly. Most of the schools are back. I'm sure after the school holidays many of the families are feeling the stress of the new year. The weeks going by slowly. Now, she's doing the Flehmen grimace at the moment, everyone. If you are not familiar with the Flehmen grimace is, she is sticking her face into some scent, some urine. Someone has urinated there, and she is basically testing it with the organ of Jacobson, which is in the roof of the mouth. And by doing that grimace with her face, it's called the Flehmen grimace. It's enabling her to access that organ, which is in the top of her mouth, which then sends chemical communication signals to the brain, which she interprets. Her brain will interpret the sexual status or maturity or whatever else that might be from the urine that she's smelling. Now, we see it with males doing it all the time, with females. We see zebras doing it, rhinos, impala. Most of our antelope species are quite noticeable doing it. Even elephants do it. When you see them taking their trunk and putting their trunk into their mouth, they are accessing that organ. Now, many of you might think, what on earth are you talking about? Just think of a snake and its tongue going in and out constantly. That is the organ of Jacobson. It is testing and tasting its environment. Obviously, reptiles use it far more for just reproduction. They use it for survival, but most mammals use it as a sensory way of perceiving the reproductive status of whoever's urine they are testing. I know it sounds quite gross, but it is what it is. Isn't she a spectacular lioness? She's waiting for her flight here on the airstrip on Madikwe, where they have to put tarmac down, this tarmac that you see, otherwise the planes would not be able to land in the wet season. We're only about 4 hours or 4.5 hours drive from Johannesburg, but it is a very quick flight in and out. And she is looking for her flight right now. She's walking right towards the plane that's here. I wonder what she's going to think of this plane. Now, I do apologize if we get a plane in frame, but there's nothing to be done about it. She's going to go check it out. Like, what is this thing? What is this big thing here? She's walking around it going, what is that? I've never seen it. Can I eat it? Can I eat it? No, I'm not sure. Maybe this elephant dung, though. That might be more suitable. Quite an image. She's hungry. She wouldn't be moving now if she wasn't hungry. She might also be thirsty, and the route that she's taking will take her to Twassa watering hole, where I can hear baboons very upset in the background. Now she's smelling. I've followed a lioness tracking, or should I say a young male lion tracking his pride, his nose on the ground like that, for 5 or 6 kilometers. Love to be able to track with my nose. A little bit stronger here, less strong there. Let me move this way, let me move that way. Now that is the terminal building there, and you can see now why they've got some fencing around it for when passengers are waiting for their flight or waiting for their pickup. They can be kept in a safe environment because, well, as you can see, there are big game roaming around, and for the most part, you should be okay if you're standing here at a building, but for the most part, some people feel a little bit tentative of waiting for their flight without some form of protection between them and the wild animals of Madikwe. Okay everyone, well we're still with our lioness here. She's decided she's going to miss her flight and just keep walking. So we're going to go catch up with her, but she's definitely going towards the water. We followed a male and female just like this yesterday, exactly like this. And it almost feels like she's following their tracks from yesterday with her nose. This will take us to the watering hole over there called Twasa. And the baboons are shouting, which makes me feel like there's more lions over there. But let's go see what the weather's looking like across all of our properties this morning.
Well, good morning and welcome, and you are here with me, Alex, in Okakuyo. Of course, we did just have a lovely sighting of some lions in Madikwe. But time to check in and see what is going on here in Etosha. And a rather peaceful start to a Saturday morning. Let us have a look and see what is going on with our Egyptian geese family. And of course, you are here with me, Alex, on the waterholes. We're currently in Okakuyo, and we'll also be across in Juma at some point. But lovely just to sit back, relax, immerse ourselves in the wilderness that is Etosha for now. And of course, talking of immersions, this is obviously a live and immersive experience, and it's your journey into the African wilderness with us. So do send us through any questions, comments, things you'd like us to chat about, points of interest, questions you may have, or anything else really, and we will try to the best of our abilities to answer those. But nice just to get in and have a rather quiet start here. Quite a bit going on, lots of the lapwings calling. And just going to keep a little eye on this swimming lesson that is currently underway. I'm sure a little bit of foraging will start to take place now as well. So once the geese do get out, we'll make sure that all 6 of the goslings are around. And of course, just keep tabs on them. So quite hard to make out the little goslings in amongst the concrete. So once it does open up a little bit, we'll definitely try and count them. There should be 6. There's the red-billed spurfowl that is calling. Of course, we have had a number of egret around, the yellow-billed egret that have been here, so it's very cool to see different birds. Obviously, seasonality does dictate that we will see different birds at different times of the year. And we'll definitely keep our peepers peeled for those birds today. Hi, Christopher. Thank you for your question. And of course, birds do bathe, and with cooler water, if it is hot, it obviously will aid the cooling function. So it will help them to regulate, and that's why if you do have a garden and you do have a little bird bath, and there is kind of like a little pond or so, birds will use that. They obviously do use that to bathe, clean themselves as well. They obviously have preening glands too. But yes, the function of that will also help to cool them down as well. You'll notice that the goslings are rather camouflaged in and amongst the concrete at the moment. You can make out two at least at the moment. I'm just trying to pick up any other movement. But the two adults are here. And there's a little gosling just off to the left of the one on the right hand side. And it looks like 2 or 3 others on the water's edge on the right hand side of the frame right now. So I'm just trying to count the Egyptian geese goslings at the moment. It does look like all 6 of them are here. So that is cool. Nice to keep tabs on them as well. Obviously good just to get a read on the family too. The goslings are growing rather quickly, as they should. They do fledge at around 2.5 months. So interesting to see. Of course, nice food that is available for them. All those little green shoots. They will take invertebrates as well. So interesting just to see. But of course, it looks like breakfast is underway for the Egyptian goose family right now. Just make out the acacia pied barbet as well, a bit distant, and obviously having to hear that through the cacophony of blacksmith lapwings that are really going rather wild at the moment. But nice to have them calling regardless. But definitely stating a claim and making sure their presence is known. You'll also be able to hear some of those helmeted guinea fowl, bush chickens as some refer to them as well. Maybe we'll try and get a little look at them too if they are close enough. Really lots going on in the world of the blacksmith lapwings. I do just want to zoom out because I did notice earlier on that the guinea fowl were pretty close to us. I'm not too sure why these guys are making such a racket at the moment, but here are some of those helmeted guinea fowls also foraging along the waterhole edge at the moment. So quite cool that we actually do have the helmeted guinea fowl very close to us. Nice to be able to make out that very turquoise head of theirs as well as the red. And they're not normally this close to us, so very cool. Of course, very good watchdogs for everything else, and rather quick on the ground. A lovely spot of birding being done at the moment. Nice to have all these guys around. Of course, it is cool to be able to see them as opposed to hear them too. So just nice that we have all this green flush that has come through, and as well as these helmeted guinea fowl that are plodding around. Morning forage breakfast underway for them.
I'm going to make a combination of the thorns and the bark. That's what I'm going to do. It's basically just a very big open system. But aren't they pretty? Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
So we will just be spending a quiet moment here with the guinea fowl. They are kind of scooting about the concrete and really just quite cool. But they are quite close to us, kind of moving off a little bit. So while they are around, we'll have a look. Just see the red-billed spur fowl now. Quite cool. And when they do scoot about on the ground, you'll notice how quick they really are. Good morning, Crystal. Thank you very much for your question. And Crystal wants to know the difference between a flock and a colony of birds. And a flock generally kind of referred to as a large grouping or large number of birds. And that's generally in the purpose of migration. And a colony is more the settlement of birds. So, you know, where they might roost in that as well. So kind of like I suppose a fixed kind of roosting or nesting area where they would be to or move to. So that would be where the colony is. And of course, again, a flock, kind of the large number that kind of move together or gather together and even then migrate. You can hear the guinea fowls calling as well as a bit of chitter chatter from the Egyptian geese too. So it has been a very good start to Escape to Nature. You are here with me, Alex. We are in Okakuya, and currently we are watching the helmeted guinea fowl. We did have the Egyptian geese family, and we did start off with Steve in Madikwe with some lionesses, so with a lioness at least, and just enjoying a quiet moment, a little bit of birding going on. Nothing really at the moment with 4 legs and a pulse, so I'm hoping that that does change, but nice to hear the spur fowl as well. Very cool just to see the change in the landscape. All that green flush popping through the concrete. Just having a little scan around to see what else is going on. So the sun trying to get or break through the clouds at the moment is rather overcast. Of course, it is the wet and rainy season here in Okakuya, and lots of food for all the herbivores as well. So it does mean that there is a bit of dispersion, as well as there being access to seasonal pans and groundwater as well that would have formed from the rain. So the reliability on water holes has definitely decreased for the moment. So just watching the Egyptian geese goslings at the moment. A little family moving around the water's edge right now. Morning, wise man. And what you can hear right now is what we're looking at. That is the Egyptian geese. So 6-year-old goslings, 2 parents, and it's one of the parents that is calling at the moment. A few Cape turtle doves as well calling. Some southernmost weavers. And in the frame, our Egyptian geese family. So it's always quite cool watching as they go about foraging. And I'm sure at some point we will have them swimming again. And as I did say earlier, they should fledge at around 2.5 months. And from then really start to become rather independent and then start to leave their parents. So it won't be that we have them for too long. So it is nice that when we do have them around, that we do get to kind of check in and touch base. And obviously keep tabs. But they are doing really well. The parents are being rather successful to date. And long may that last for the Egyptian geese family. So it has been great to do a little bit of birding and just enjoy some quiet scenes here in Okaukuejo. It's time for us to check in again with Steve and see what's going on in Madikwe.
Thanks, Alex. Well, our lioness has gone into the drainage system towards the east, and well, we just weren't able to get broadcast coverage there. So we've moved out, and we've caught up with some impalas behaving badly. It's a group of impalas that were shouting at the lioness before. You see the strategy that they have here of they're not in fighting mode right now, although they were performing in a little bit. We're well and truly past the rutting season, and these alarm calls that they do often. An impala, when they're in that fighting position, will look left and will start to alarm call, and then as soon as his friend does so, he then gives him a clout with those very sharp lyrate horns. Very sharp and lyrate horns. But there's still a little bit of testosterone in the mix here, but it is definitely petering out. Something that's noticeable when the impala rams start coming together and grooming. That's when you know that majority of that testosterone has been removed. But it is January. February is around the corner, and you start February, March. You start seeing as early as late February into March the males starting to develop themselves again and coming in to the rutting season in April, May. Some of them peak a little bit early. Some of them peak so early they establish a territory when there's no females yet in estrus. But, you've got to pick it. Some of them pick it just right. And staying in these bachelor herds is ideal. We talk a lot of the time about the importance of being in a group, the group dynamics. The herd mentality is well established across prey animals in the world. Those that stay on their own are more susceptible to predation unless they've got interesting survival strategies. Staying in a group is beneficial as there's more eyes, there's more ears to be alert. It gives you more time to build up condition. So staying in these herds as long as possible before trying to claim a territory in the rutting season is the optimum idea for these impala rams. But something was happening before. They were running around with their tails up doing that impala run and dance. So we thought and hoped that they would do so again. Brandy, there's only one species of impala. Only one species. They're such an interesting species. Some people reckon that they, as a species, haven't evolved in 6 million years. So they came out with many, many species once upon a time. Many of the other antelope species have evolved, have speciated, have changed, have done things. But the impala, they reckon, for the longest time, has remained pretty much the same. Obviously, in southern Africa, we've seen a lot more impala in game reserves than we used to see 50, 60 years ago. And that is purely because of the manipulation of the habitat. The introduction of water has led to increased management, which has led to the creation of habitats that are very well suited for the impala. And the impala is an animal that has well and truly adapted its survival to high predator pressures. And as we know, watering holes come with generally, or water points, rivers, come with predator territories and they come with predator pressure. And so the impala has well and truly adapted themselves to be able to really, really do well when there's lots of predators around. Their feeding strategy of being able to feed on grass when the grass is good. They've even got a cleft lip so they can feed right down to the soil. But then they're also a mixed feeder, so they can feed on browse and fruits and flowers when they become available. Their herd mentality, their vigilance, their elastic ability to jump incredibly high and fast and accelerate from predation is well documented. And although we see many impala on the menu, we never really see their numbers decrease because of the breeding strategy in late November months when they flood the market with their offspring. So that is another incredibly profound strategy that a lot of other antelope species haven't managed to sort of do very well. Those high pressures of predators seem to be overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of babies born at that time. Yellow-billed hornbill calling. It's a territorial display, as well as the crested barbet in the distance. Two very common birds in the savanna system, together with the impala. Gentlemen on the move. It seems like they've come from the watering hole. Now they're slowly filtering back into the woodlands to have a feed. This mixed bushveld here, dominated by fine-leafed acacias. There's a few shepherd's trees, but the red earth soil here is regarded as being highly nutrient rich, with a large clay concentration, and that gives rise to what we call fine-leafed savanna. Dinner Mudley, welcome on board. We're so excited you're able to watch from wherever you are coming from this morning. It's lovely to have these scenes. Our plans this morning are just to slowly move through the landscape and see what animals we can find. We might end up at a watering hole, but we've started the morning with the lioness. We've now moved on to the buffer prey species that is fed upon by everybody. And we'll see what else pops up on our radar. These impala are moving off, and a warthog obviously decides to just show himself. He likes hanging out with the impala. You see, I don't know if you managed to catch the sunrise safari yesterday morning when we had a lioness in a tree jumping down and killing a warthog. The warthog's peripheral vision and eyesight in general is pretty poor, but they have lots of similar predators to the impala. And well, we know impala spot dangerous animals or predators from a distance. You can actually see the height there, the difference. The warthog is is overwhelmed by long grass. But even if they could see over the grass, they really don't have the great field of view. So they respond very well to the presence of impala nearby, and both of them, mind you, require management. Both of them fall underneath what we call a Category 3 feeder, same as a wildebeest, which means in high numbers, their numbers can degrade the veld. Warthogs, impala and wildebeest, all naturally occurring in the savanna biome. They have what we call the ability to disturb the vegetation. Impala moving through an area like this, you can imagine any small sapling growing would just get annihilated. They also have the ability to feed very low to the ground, and feeding low to the ground has the potential to kill a grass. Warthogs, with their nose, not only do they graze, they also dig up the roots of grasses, which as well leads to disturbance of the soil and patches, which could lead to soil erosion. And wildebeest, well, their sedentary nature can be overwhelming in an area and can also lead to patches of exposed soil. Obviously, all those disturbance factors very natural for the savanna, but in all the reserves that we have, there are fences keeping animals in, so the natural migration and movement of animals has been removed, so management needs to take place. And those category 3 feeders in high numbers can be a very big problem. The Eastern Cape has got a very big problem with warthog because of the low numbers of predators in many of those farming areas, and the warthogs very good at digging under fences. So a healthy balance in the system of predators can keep the prey animals in check, but it is something management needs to be made aware of and keep their thumb on the pulse in reserves, as the high numbers of those 3 species in particular. Okay, so we're looking through what we would call the Madikwe Dolomite Bushveld. It's dominated by this red earth soil that is eroded down or weathered down from the dolomite rocks here. And, well, with their clay and their nutrients, they give rise to this magnificent semi-open acacia woodland. Okay, well, we're going to move on and see what else we can find, and we're going to send you down to Kariega to say good morning to Nick.
Hello and welcome from Kariega in the Eastern Cape, where we're having, it feels like, all seasons in one day. Just to introduce myself, I'm Nick. I'm going to be your photographic naturalist for today. Yeah, we've had some very strange sort of weather patterns today here. Started off this morning incredibly misty. Couldn't even see from here to the zebra way. And that took a long time to kind of wear off. Wind kind of picked up a little bit, sun came out, humidity went through the roof. Now we've got a bit of cloud cover that's come in, and the sun's trying to make a comeback. So it's all happening here in terms of the weather. You can see we've got a lovely scene with a few blesbok, we've got a few zebras here. So we're kind of just to the east of Scotia Dam here in the clearings. Everybody's kind of firmly planted themselves in the middle of the clearings here. When the humidity started to rise earlier, I thought potentially that the waterholes are all going to be the place to be. So we've been spending a little bit of time here in the hope that everything would come down. But yeah, I mean, the weather's just had different things on its mind, and it cooled off slightly and everybody came and kind of settled down. You can see a lot of the blesbok in the background there, really taking it easy. Definitely a case of safety in numbers here. Margaret, thanks for the comment. Yeah, 100%. It's always incredible to just sit and spend time in nature, watching everything transpire. You know, whether it be some of the little mannerisms and things of specific individuals, or you know, trying to find out, you look at sort of buffalo herds of small sort of sub-herds within herds themselves, maybe relationships between mother zebras and their foals, you know, the bonds between them, watching how that little foal grows in confidence, or whether it be the birds, and I mean with the wind starting to pick up, how those little birds will deal with the wind today. Oh, it's lovely to just spend time in nature. When we started off this morning, like we said, it was quite misty, but it was dead still though. And there was a lot of birds that started to call the minute the mist started to clear. And now that the wind is starting to puff a bit, everybody's not really shouting so much. But I feel like there's a good chance with the heat that we've got, that we should start to see a few of our raptor species flying around and about. Think about our yellow-billed kites, think about our jackal buzzards, maybe even some of our smaller predators, aerial predators, our ammo falcons and things like that. They should start to all get quite active, looking for those pockets of hot air rising, and they can just work those, going from area to area, checking things out. Earlier this morning I did hear the unmistakable call of an African fish eagle. Remember, in terms of where we are, we're not too far from the Kariga River, so that would be a good place for those fish eagles to be moving up and down, looking for different fish species that they could feed on. Remember, there'll be no shortage of fish in the river. There'll be cob, stumpnose, grunter, plenty of different fish. And it's incredible just how much bigger the wingspan is of a fish eagle compared to something like a yellow-billed kite. Kevin, yes, definitely. Zebras can survive in dry areas. Think of places like Namibia, think of Okukuyo. Zebras can definitely survive in dry environments. Remember, they've got quite a lot of whitish coloration on them. They reflect a lot of that heat. They'll sweat to help themselves keep cool. Obviously drink a bit of water along the way. So most definitely they can survive in arid environments, quite adaptable animals. Look at your ostrich. Your ostrich is also pretty well adapted to the dry environments. Bare legs, a bare neck. You know, not too many feathers at all on those legs and neck, so that's going to help to keep themselves cooler. You can imagine if there was a thick covering of hair all the way up the neck, how that would heat the ostrich up a lot faster. Look at your eland. Your eland's another animal that's pretty well adapted for drier conditions, able to withstand those conditions quite well. Now we've got our first yellow-billed kite soaring around here. He's just dropped down. Jump!
All the ladies are coming.
Jason, while I'm being cinematic. From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody.
Of that ethereal and unattainable thing, the happy marriage.
Nice to see him. This is an unbelievable afternoon.
Now, so remember where we are now. We're more on the eastern side of Kariega, where the Kariega River flows. And then remember, Kariega is it does have incredible diversity. If we head further west, we find the Bushmans River. So essentially two very different types of rivers. Maybe one of these days I'll have to see if we can get a bit of action with some zebras or something like that down closer to the Bushmans River. Get a view of what it looks like. So remember, there is, like we said, a few differences sort of between the Kariega River and the Bushmans River. So both of them are going to empty out into the ocean. So both of them will move through Kariega and then empty out into the ocean. Bushmans River is quite well known. It's actually, I don't know if you've heard, it's the second longest tidal river in South Africa. Longest will be, as far as I understand, the Breda River. So all in all, I mean, the Bushman, from the sort of the start, from the sort of the catchment area all the way down to the ocean, it'll be around 300 kilometers or so. It's a very long river. So remember, both the Bushmans and the Kariega, they will essentially form estuaries, seeing as they do empty out into the ocean, and obviously you're going to then have your mixing of fresh water and salt water, because those both of those mouths are open. So around sort of Harvest Vale area, so around about 25 k's, 30 k's or so before the ocean, the Bushmans River will start to really change into an estuary there. So remember, the Kariega River will largely be clearer in water than the Bushmans. In terms of the differences of water, I mean, the animals will definitely look to drink cleaner water, but I mean, their resilience to little bits of bacteria and microbes and things like that is really, really good. So it's not going to affect them too negatively, but they will definitely look for drier, at least cleaner water. Drier water. They will look for cleaner water if they can get it to 100%. So like I was saying, the Kariega River will generally be clearer. So further upstream, in terms of closer to the catchment area, there's less development. There'll be less sort of agricultural activity compared to the Bushmans. So because of that, that's going to lead to clearer water. There's better sort of tidal mixing, if you want to call it that, in the Kariega River, because there's more fresh water that is coming down from the catchment compared to sort of the Bushmans. So your Kariega River, the oxygen content within that water will be higher. Remember, for a lot of the fish species, well, most of them are breathing with gills, so that's quite important for the water to be quite high in oxygen. But you'll definitely find plenty of different species of fish in the Bushmans River as well. Yeah, so great diversity that those rivers will bring to Kariega. Remember, estuaries are quite important as well in terms of plenty of the different fish species. They'll provide mating grounds for a lot of fish species, even nursery grounds of where a lot of small fish will grow up. It's quite protected there. There's lots of sort of like eel bed grasses and things like that that they can take cover in. That's really important. I guess we can also take into consideration that there would be the potential chance of Zambezi sharks swimming upstream. Remember, Zambesis are able to survive in freshwater environments as well as saltwater environments. So I believe the furthest that they've been found, sort of upper river, was in the States. Was in the Mississippi River, closer to, it was like around 1,000 kilometers upstream or something like that, which is just ridiculous. You know, I mean, it's a huge distance to be upstream. We talked about the Breda River being the longest tidal river in South Africa. So I'm sure you've heard the stories from the Breda in terms of the Zambesis. Timothy, are zebras good swimmers? I wouldn't say they're world renowned for their swimming. You know, they will cross a body of water, they will cross a river, something like, think of the Great Migration in East Africa, where you've got 1.2 million wildebeest and closer to about 300,000 zebra. And in around September, they will need to cross the Mara River. Remember, the migration happens for pretty much the whole year, but they're just following the rains. And in September, they need to cross the Mara River, and they'll have to swim across that. And I mean, they can get across, you know. In terms of fatalities, there's actually quite a few fatalities from the sheer numbers of wildebeest and zebra crossing, you know, stampeding each other and things like that. There are crocodiles to take into consideration, some of the biggest crocodiles in the world, Nile crocodiles found there. And I mean, if you have a look at the rump of these zebra, strong, muscular, you know, so they'd be able to kind of power through the water for pretty short distances, though. They're not renowned for swimming long distances. So they are capable of going from A to B, but not very far distances. So we were touching on a little bit of the Breda River and sharks and things in the area here. I was chatting to a few of the guides and rangers here at Kariega. Nobody's seen the fin of a Zambezi or anything moving upstream here, but it's obviously very possible. I know in 2009 there'd been so many reports from fishermen on the Breda River that there was a big shark that was affecting their fishing. So they did this study over like 4 days or 5 days to try and have a look to see if they could locate the shark. And they found a Zambezi shark. They found a pregnant female Zambezi shark in the Breda River. So the furthest south that those Zambesis had been found was sort of Cape St. Francis. So it was even further south in terms of their distribution that was originally known. It was, and it still is to date, the biggest Zambezi known to be found in South Africa. I think it was around 4 meters long or so, and I think the longest that had been found prior to that was around 3.5 meters, and I think this one that they found was about 4 meters, which is absolutely incredible. Plus, she was pregnant, so they fitted some little tags and things on her just to get an idea of some of her movements. It was just for a short period. It was around 40 hours or 45 hours or something like that. When they found her, she was around 4 kilometers or 5 kilometers upstream from the mouth. And during that 40 hours, she went out to sea. She went about 1 kilometer or 2 out to sea. She came back into the estuary, swam 15 kilometers upstream, and was kind of going up and down. And it was interesting. They actually found that a lot of her movements were kind of trailing boats and things in the area, you know, a lot of people fishing and things like that, so looking to be quite opportunistic. But yeah, absolutely incredible, huh? So you think of diversity of, yes, we're looking at zebras, but you know, 500, 600 meters away from where we are right now, there's a possibility of Zambezi shark. It's incredible. See plenty of animals right at the back here. Zebras intermingled in and amongst the blesbok. Look how everybody's facing to the right hand side. There's that one zebra who's just read the script wrong. So remember, like we said earlier, the wind is blowing from left to right, looking at the frame this way. Ronnie, 100%. There's always something incredible to watch, to learn about, experience in nature. Definitely learn a lot from nature. If you look at patience, if you want to talk about learning patience from nature, look at predators speaking. I mean, how patient they are. You know, when a lioness or a leopard is stalking its prey, let's talk about a leopard stalking a impala or something like that. If that impala lifts its head up to have a look in the direction of that leopard, you know, even if that leopard is mid-stalk, you know, it's got its paw up in the air, it'll stop. And it can stay motionless like that for minutes at a time. Then the impala will put its head down and the leopard will put its paw back down on the ground. Maybe it'll crouch down and then just assess. And it'll sit there and it'll watch and it'll wait for 20 minutes before making a move. And you kind of sit there watching this transpire and you think, come on, got to make the move. Go now. Let that leopard bides its time. And you can really learn. Take a page out of the book of that leopard and learn about patience. And you look at sort of the power of nature. You look at a big storm coming in, big bolts of lightning, deep thundering rumbles and things like that. I love a big storm. I'm a big fan. Just as long as I'm not out in the open, I'm under cover. No, nature's definitely incredible. Of the sort of the perseverance and the tenacity of a dung beetle rolling its little ball, and it's got to go uphill and it falls just back down the hill just as it's about to crest over the lip of a small little ridgeline. Now he'll get back on top of his little dung ball, orientate himself, and he'll give it a crack again. Incredible perseverance. And even a scene like this, we look at how calm and peaceful it is. You can definitely take a lesson from this as well. You know, in today's world, it's so busy, you know. Scoot off to work, get there as quickly as possible. You're on your laptop, working away, then you're looking at your phone, then you're off to do this, and you're off to do that. And yeah, it's good to sometimes just to sit down, take it easy, reset. I think I'm going to stick around here a little bit longer, take in these peaceful scenes. from these blesbok and zebras and the yellow-billed kite swooping overhead. I think in the meantime we'll take you across to Alex in Okukuyo and see what he's got.
Thanks, Nick. And yes, back here in Okukuyo, and unfortunately I do not have much, but the sun is coming through, and there is one of our yellow-billed egrets just on the side of the waterhole at the moment. You can see from the rain just how the water kind of has filled up, and we'll get a closer look at this egret as it kind of wades through and also does a little bit of foraging. So nice just to have the bird sound, and it seems that birding will be the course of the day, and this is in fact not the yellow-billed egret. It is a greater egret. I will confirm now though, just because of the black and the black on its bill as well. So black legs, black bill, and yellow feet. It does look like it's in its breeding plumage. Let me just confirm for all of us. That wood is a little egret. Yeah, and it is in fact a little egret. Black bill, black legs, and yellow feet. So those being the key identifying factors of that. And another different bird species. There's of course a terrapin there. And this little egret enjoying a little forage along the waterhole edge. You'll also just be able to hear those helmeted guinea fowls. That is what is calling at the moment. But we are going to be spending some time just watching the little egret. As I said, a new egret and a new species for us. And just enjoying a little quiet moment around the waterhole. Hi Sam, yes it is a very relaxing way to spend a weekend. Nice just to watch this little egret as it goes about its foraging this morning. Nice to see the sun coming out, of course a bit of shade being cast by that camel thorn. There's a hornbill as well that is calling at the moment. And really just a relaxing time, as Sam said. Hi Linda, and that is primarily due to what they forage for or eat. This being waders and the rest, they use those very sharp bills to spear things. So if those are little fish or frogs, other invertebrates. So due to their diet, that is how they have evolved to have those beaks. It really is rather relaxing little start to the morning. It does sound like a little croaking testicular that's there, calling in the background too. Just following this egret around, the little egret that is with us. And unfortunately, we're yet to see any of our four-legged friends. But nice to have the feathered ones around. Of course, nice to have them calling as well. Blacksmith lapwing as well, cruising about in the frame. Two of them. There are lots of them about. They were calling very intently about an hour or so ago. Lots of them going off.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
So just having a little scan around, checking to see if there is in fact anything else out and about. We did notice that there is a little flock of the yellow-billed egrets as well as our little egret. And the blacksmith lapwing's calling at the moment. But otherwise, not much at all to really chat about. But from our egrets and a rather quiet Okakuya, it's time for us to check in again with Steve in Madikwe and see what's going on across there.
Well, thanks, Alex. We're going to continue on our discussion today about animals. And, well, first of all, if you're just jumping on board, welcome to Madikwe up here in the northwest. Ooh. Excuse me. Oh, 3 is a lucky charm. Welcome to Madikwe up here in the northwest, and welcome to Escape to Nature. We are very happy to have you on board with some wildebeest in the shade here, some impala walking behind them. And we're going to be out with you all day, bringing you wonderful scenes from the African wilderness. And as always, this is a live and interactive safari. My name is Steve. I'm joined by Rian on camera. And if you have questions, comments, please throw them in there. Let's hear from you. Let's get some discussion points going. Let's see what interests come up for you. But it is starting to get quite warm, hence why our wildebeest over there is sitting in the shade. Now, they're well known to sit in the shade on sunny days, on warm days, and the territorial nature of wildebeest often can lead you to work out a bit of a direction. So if you're walking through the wilderness and you find certain trees, and on one side of the tree the vegetation is completely removed, there's divots and scratches there, normally on sort of the southeastern side of a tree, is a good indication that here in the southern hemisphere our sun is more in the north, and in the height of summer, when the wildebeest really try to get away from the sunshine, the males specifically, they'll spend a lot of time actually scratching and doing middens in the shady side of the tree. So right now that individual is on the western side of that bush there, so it's nothing really to be thought about. But often on the southern sort of side of a tree you can find well established lying up areas. And well, we were with some impala before, and they keep walking through the frame. I was talking about the feeding strategies and the categories that they fall within, and the wildebeest being number 2 on the category 3 feeder, in that their behavior leads to degradation of the vegetation. They feed very low to the ground. They almost, if you've ever cut your lawn at home, and you cut the lawn too low with your lawnmower, you can often kill it. Grass is basal. It grows from the base. It's not like leaves that grow from the edges of the branches or from the auxiliary buds. Grass grows from its base. But if you cut it too short, you can actually prevent that grass from regrowing. You can kill that element. And wildebeest are known to do that. So are impala. And as I was discussing before, in controlled numbers, they are perfectly natural and a perfect addition to the natural disturbances that play a role in the African savannas. Disturbances that have set aside or have been a part of the ecology of these areas for a very long time. I'm just going to move up half a meter here because we've got that female coming into frame. She's going to walk into frame. Let me just stay there. So there's a female. She's been feeding really low down, and now she's going to go stand in the shade. Sorry, Dee, will you repeat Nancy's question about social behaviors? I'm not sure I completely understood the question. But at first glance, you look at this animal and you see horns and you go, oh, it's a male. But no. Plains animals males and females both have horns. Nancy, there are many types of social behavior in animals, many. We can start with monogamous, where you get a male and female that generally defend a territory and spend their life together, life partners, in the form of jackal, duiker. Then you get loose associations, so in the form of giraffe. They come and go. There doesn't seem to be too much in the way of dominance or in the way of sort of sticking together. They sort of come and go. You get matriarchal. Hyena is an example of that, where you get a dominant female that leads the pack, leads the group. You get a family, which is associated with an alpha and beta generally, and that is with wild dogs, families. You also get the harem with regards to the zebra, which the male looks after a group of females. You could also associate that with impala for a brief period of time, although they are hugely gregarious, and those females don't stay within that area, so it wouldn't really be called a harem, but for a period of time he tries to create a harem, and wildebeest would be very similar. Defending territories, the bulls are solitary, and they attract the herd to them. Obviously, the better the territory, the better the resources, the more chance he's going to have females hanging out in the territory so that he can mate and breed. And the little youngster's going to run through frame now. Okay, so those are a number of them. We've got prides, whereby you get a group of females that sort of stay together, and they have a coalition with regards to the males. So there's kind of almost two social behaviors there with regards to the males dominating 1, 2, maybe 3 prides. You get solitary as well in the form of leopards, caracal, serval, generally regarded as being solitary. Oligarchy, baboons. On oligarchy we get a gang of boys or gang of males that dominate and look after the group. I'm wondering if I've forgotten one. It's possible that I have. But those are the general social dynamic types that we find in nature. And monogamous with regards to birds, the long-lived birds generally pair for life. Younger birds that are monogamous generally pair for a season or two. That male then has to reaffirm himself, either through gifts or through dancing or through display. And within birds, you obviously get monogamous and you get polygynous, which is when the male, such as weavers, will mate with as many females as possible, or polyandrous, whereby the female will mate with as many males as possible, the form of African jacanas, painted snipe. So there are a variety of different dynamics and different social organizations out there that many different species have adapted to. The family also associates with many of our sociable mongooses. So I hope, Nancy, that has answered your question. There are many different types. But a good question. Okay, so we've got our impala here moving through the landscape with the wildebeest. They do both enjoy very similar areas. The impala being more of a ecotone specialist, meaning they like the open areas with thickets nearby where to go in and feed for the browse, whereas wildebeest like the more open woodland or open plains. And that's all about a visibility point of view, because wildebeest are very high on the menu when it comes to lion predation. Not so much leopard, although leopard will take some youngsters. Very high on the menu. Rian, we've got a lovely bird in front of us here at 11 o'clock. Oh, he's gone. He's not going to stay. If you can get a bird, that anything, you're welcome. You're welcome. We have got all day. Kimberly, do they have black? I suppose they might do. That's a good question. Most antelope have got very large eyes, and they don't see color. So they see shape and they see movement, and by not being able to see color, they've got a dominance in their eye cell configuration of something known as rod cells rather than cone cells. And the rod cells are for low light conditions and for seeing in darkness. Animals that see color see depth, they see definition and obviously color, and they see better in light conditions, and they don't see well at all in the dark. Hence why most birds and baboons and humans are useless at night and secret themselves away for that purpose. So I suppose you're right. I mean, if you look at goats don't have black eyes. Goats have got very strange eyes. Goats have got the strangest eyes in the world. But yes, impala have got black eyes, and it's not something I've considered before. But our animals have all disappeared, so we're going to start up our engines and move on. See if we can find you the third in the list of category 3 feeders. We did have a moment with them before, the warthogs, and we had a very interesting moment with one yesterday morning who, little baby, succumbed to the uncomfortable position of being caught by a male lion or by a young lioness and then killed and eaten by a male lion. That was yesterday morning. Didn't happen today. Oh, that breeze is very pleasant. Very pleasant. I have got my water bottle to be able to spray ourselves so as to keep us nice and cool. Okay, we're going to see if we can find you some more animals. In the meantime, send you over to Alex, who's now on the Djuma Dam Cam.
Thanks, Steve. And we have come across to Djuma. And also just picking up some bird sounds. We haven't been too lucky on the dams yet today. I'm just going to have a little scan around again, but kind of just picking up what bird life is around at the moment and waiting for our four-legged friends to join us today. So Cape turtle dove. Does sound like some oxpeckers, so there should be something around, but it is rather thick, and those thickets do kind of consume any of the animals once they are in them. Let's just have a look and see what is going on the other side of the dam. So fortunately, we do have our warthogs at the moment. So it is that little sounder that has been about. We were here on 2 days ago. The two little piglets, 2 sows, 1 boar. The boar rather big. Very cool to see them. So nice that they have come to join us. Always good to see our warthog. It's not every day that they do come through. Of course, a hardy dog calling as well. So fortunately, the first of our four-legged friends have come through for the day. We do have a red-billed oxpecker on top of the one warthog sow. That's our little sounder that has been around for the last 2 days at least when I was last year. And you'll notice the difference between the boar and the sows. On the boar's face, there are extra warts, so it should have 2 warts kind of just down underneath its eyes. Quite a big boar as well. Lovely tusks. Of course, bigger in body size as well. So it's not uncommon to have more than one sow within a sounder. Of course, the 2 little piglets as well that are maturing very nicely and definitely picking up in size as well. So very cool. Of course, that characteristic feeding that warthogs do, basically on those ankle joints of theirs and getting into all those little roots and tubers really of the grass. But taking off quite a bit at the moment. It was also quite far away. That emerald spotted wood dove, as well as the Cape turtle dove that was just calling, and the woodland kingfisher from just now. Very, very cool. Greenback camera option. I did hear a tawny franked plinia. So very cool. Nice birds around. A very relaxing scene at the moment. Already a little bit of a morning wade. I would have done that just off in the mud wallows of the drainage line that does lead into Gari Dam. So sometimes quite tough to pick up on any animals when they are in the drainage line. Of course, they are then out of sight. So lovely that they have come through for us. And nice just to be able to spend some time. Hi Tom, yes indeed. So very cool to see them. Lovely that they are sticking about for us. It does look like it's going to be rather warm. Here the crested barber too. Really nice that they are all about. And of course, blissfully unaware that we are watching them. And obviously getting that little insight into their life. So very cool. Nice just to sit back and enjoy natural behavior. Hi, Crystal. So, yes, kind of indicative of the kind of pig subspecies. So, of course, the warthog's obviously doing that, and of course, they do forage like that. course, they do use those snouts of theirs to also dig up any tubers and that as well. And of course, then taking that kind of nutritional root kind of rhizome area of the grass as well. They will obviously take fruits too, so with it being marula season, they will also eat those. They are also omnivorous to some degree too. Of course, other things such as bush pigs would be the others that you would see doing this, at least here in the areas that we are in Africa right now. So really just indicative of pigs, really, that they would then use those front knees or kind of ankle joints then they would then feed on. I did just hear some Aramark babblers. There's a puffback calling too, and a couple of our Birchall starlings around as well. So of course, warthogs are part of the pig family, and the pig family, at least scientifically, they're known as the Suidae. Of course, they do look rather different though to the domestic pigs that we are used to. Of course, they also have their sharp tusks, but boars also have tusks. So bush pigs, of course, wild boar and that we would find up in Europe. Giant forest hogs that we also get in the rainforests of Africa. Of course, those Red River hogs as well that we do find. 2 subspecies of warthog though on the continent. The more desert adapted one found up in northern Kenya into Somalia and Ethiopia. And of course the common warthog that we are looking at right now. So lovely that the little sounder being the collective of the warthogs, hanging about with that red-billed oxpecker. 2 of them actually on the back. It's picking off any exoparasites that might be present on the warthogs right now. And there was the sound of the emerald spotted wood dove. Very cool sound, very indicative of bushveld, and definitely one of the sounds that kind of do make you feel that you are really at home in the bush. Really, really cool. So just a peaceful moment really with our little pigs. Of course, these are the 2 females or the 2 sows. Actually, it is the boar and the 1 sow, just because you can see those bigger tusks. We did notice that he did have the bigger tusks and of course a bigger body and the extra warts on his face. Hi Jamie, and it really would depend on the day. Of course, when it is rather hot, the sun is out and they do have access to a wallow. They would be in that a number of times throughout the day. So we'll even see them probably moving back towards the drainage line and the wallow. Perhaps then just sitting and enjoying a quiet moment, cooling off. Of course, using that mud then also to kind of get rid of any ectoparasites. Of course, using it also as a sunscreen. But if it was raining rather heavily, then they probably wouldn't be around a wallow, just because it would be overcast and cool then anyway. Obviously they do enjoy it, and they do like sitting in water as well, so not uncommon for them to get into little ponds and that too, where they are present or available for them. Also, just on that little stump there, that rubbing post that the warthogs will use to rub themselves, is an African pied wagtail. You can even just see its tail then moving. Also very cool to see. And I can just hear the little chirps of some blue waxbills as well, so they are also present. Of course, being little seed eaters, taking any of the grass seed that is around. Lots of bird life really around at Djuma at the moment. Still just enjoying a relaxing moment with the warthogs. They are obviously who has come through to join us at the moment, and definitely going to oblige and watch what they get up to for the moment.
Oh my goodness, everyone. I did not think I would ever face my fears like this.
So just enjoying a peaceful moment and immersion of warthog behavior, in particular foraging and feeding. Wind slowly picking up here in Djuma, but nice just to be able to get an insight and just enjoy a little bit of peace with the warthogs at the moment. Clearly the oxpeck is enjoying a little piggyback, a little free ride and food, so kind of like a walking buffet for them. You can see that little piglet trying to suckle there. They do get weaned rather quickly, so kind of getting towards the end of that now. Of course they do start feeding and foraging rather quickly as well, so they do kind of supplement themselves as they go about. So of course foraging, as you can see the other piglet right in front of us, but still trying to sneak a suckle as well. So it has been a lovely little insight into the warthog's life here, but it is time for us to check in again with Nick, see what's going on across in Kariega.
So plenty of warthogs that side of the world. I haven't seen any yet here this morning. The warthogs have been evading us, but we've still got a lovely view of all of our zebra, all of our blesbok. There has been a pair of Cape Longclaws kind of just flitting about closer to the vehicle here every now and then, so I'm definitely going to keep an eye out to see if we can get a good view of them. Beautiful coloured birds with that sort of orangey coloured throat. Remember the old name used to be the orange-throated longclaw. So I'm definitely going to keep an eye out to see if we can get a good view of that. It will be incredible if we can get that. Yeah, then we'll see what the coming day produces. I believe that we are in store for a bit of rain potentially tomorrow. Let me just take you across here. I just want to show you the condition quickly of the mud wallow here. So you can see this is the mud wallow that we've quite often seen the buffalo wallowing around in. And you can see it's looking a little bit sorry for itself. It's quite hard, it's dry, it's caked up. It really needs a bit of replenishing. So who knows, possibly tomorrow, if we do get a little bit of rain, that may potentially fill back up. See, we've got a few blesbok here. There are some wildebeest moving in the background there. Ostrich as well. Those wildebeest definitely look like they are on a mission. Like they know exactly where they're going. Potentially down to Scotia Dam to have a drink. Remember, we're still not too far away. A little bit far to tell if those are male or female wildebeest. We'll have a look and see when they do get a bit closer. The territorial bull wildebeest is not too far away from where I am. He's just behind my vehicle, sort of 20 meters away or so. It'll be interesting to see if there are any males in there, what the story is, what happens. Fiona, it's a very stimulating question. Can it have a negative impact on animals? In terms of rainfall coming, obviously when that rainfall does come, it brings with it colder weather. So potentially your reptiles and things which struggle to control their body temperature or can't control their body temperature, they will be affected. I don't know if negatively affected is the right word, but I'm just trying to think. Remember, when it's cooler, they're going to lose body warmth, so they're going to essentially be losing any energy, you know. So it's maybe slightly more detrimental. But as a general rule of thumb, I don't think that the rainfall will be negative to most species. So I've just reframed on these animals here. This little zebra foal that we can see has been charging all over the place here, just as we were having a look at that mud wallow with the blesbok. Now I'm just trying to think. That's a very good question. Will the rain negatively affect any of the animals? I think as a general rule of thumb, you look at antelopes and things like that, they'll all look to kind of bed down, you know, they'll come together and kind of just weather that storm out, weather the rain out until it's finished. You know, obviously your things like your raptors and all of your birds, their feathers will become wet, so they're not going to be able to fly. So maybe that's going to be a bit of a negative connotation associated with the rain. But conversely to that, remember, before a big storm does come, the humidity levels come with it, and obviously those higher humidity levels, they quite often draw a lot of the insects and things out of some of the denser vegetation to the surface, and you often find your rollers and your drongos and some of your eagles moving around looking to take advantage of that. So I guess there's a yin and a yang to that sort of concept, if you want to call it that. But it seems like there's a little bit of movement that's starting to happen. You can see one or two zebras starting to come from the left-hand side of the frame, walking in the direction towards Scotia Dam. So maybe we might have a bit of activity starting to come up. It is really starting to warm up. I mean, we're approaching midday. A beautiful big herd of impalas. I haven't seen them yet. Remember yesterday we did have a lovely start to the day with all of them coming down towards the dam itself and having a little bit of a drink. I feel like this little zebra foal's got stage fright. It was charging about. And like a typical youngster, now that it's finished playing, it is out for the count. You can see everybody's kind of heading down towards the edge of the water. Remember, it does dip down there a little bit, so it's a little bit tougher to see if they are in fact drinking. But remember, in terms of approaching a waterhole like this is potentially a dangerous situation for them. They know waterholes are good sort of ambush areas for predators. So before they do put their head down and drink, they're going to be looking around, scanning for threats, looking for things like lions, looking for things like leopards. They're going to be checking the water out, making sure there's no crocodiles. Remember, things like crocodiles are able to walk across land. You know, it's not like they're purely restricted to water. They're right at home, but they are able to walk across land as well. This little one's being left behind. He's not quite sure what he wants to do. I remember the one morning I did head out on drive, and I heard all of this alarm calling happening from these impalas, and I was sure that there was a lion or a leopard or something along those lines around. And it ended up being a crocodile waddling across land. As you can imagine, there were a few unhappy campers around. And it looks like I was trying to have a look. Is that a secretary bird or a white stork at the back there? Looks like a white stork. So you can see bottom right of the frame here, this is the other mud outskirts of Scotia Dam, also completely dry. And the buffalo have obviously been doing their rounds. You know, they've obviously found themselves a lovely little muddy spot. I mean, there's plenty of area for them to go, plenty of land for them to go, just under 10,000 hectares. But I've definitely been moving around from waterhole to waterhole, just having a look to see if I can get lucky with any of them. Remember we saw that bull yesterday, that older bull? But it's quite common for a bull like that to be separated from the herd. What a peaceful scene here, huh? Lovely green colours and tones. Little blessbook calves running around, testing the running gear out. Yellow-billed ducks, reed cormorants in the water. White storks. I'm definitely enjoying my time around Scotia Dam here. As it starts to heat up, I reckon I'm going to stick around. I'm going to see what happens here. But I think let's take you across to Steve and see what he's been up to.
Well, everybody, we found what appears to be a dead wildebeest here in the open. We haven't gone to go and investigate, to go and see, but wildebeest do not lie like that naturally. Stomach looks a bit bloated, which is a natural thing that happens when an animal dies. Gases build up in the stomach, in the rumen. The digestion isn't really taking place as much anymore, and so there's no escape of the gas, and so it can lead to the body really swelling up like that. And from the look of it, it seems to be a female, and you would initially think, because she's so bloated, that maybe she's pregnant and maybe there were some complications. Well, we haven't investigated. We don't know any more other than what we're seeing from here. It seems quite freshly done, and I have informed the reserve manager, the guest, if he wants to come have a look, or if there's any information he might require. So in the perfect habitat, wildebeest would come out into these open areas and spend the evening here most certainly, and move between grazing areas and these nutrient-rich lowland areas, also known as developing into sodic sites. Natural occurrence, as I've said before, but animals like wildebeest and warthog impala do tend to accelerate the process. Randy, I'm sure they can. I'm sure they can die from heat stroke. I don't think that they do. I think differences in distances between water, they keep themselves in pretty close proximity if they're water dependent. But when we have drought and there's a lack of water, then we see a huge influence on the animal populations. Not just because of the lack of water, but because when there's drought, there's a lack of food. So they will drink regularly, they will hang out in the shade, they won't overexert themselves, they will save as much energy as possible. And bearing in mind these animals have evolved out on these landscapes, and one of their strategies is to be very limited in their activity when it's very, very warm. Which is why we immediately knew that this individual must be dead, because it's hot, and to just be lying out in the open is not an advantage. And also the typical ruminating animal, when they are at rest, they tuck their legs up and they sit on their stomach and their head is up so that they can facilitate rumination. You see zebras and elephants and rhinos lying like this, maybe young wildebeest that are still suckling, but you don't see adults lying like this, and if you do, not for very long at all, because this kind of position is very difficult for the natural automatic rumination potential or practice or process to really roll out. Barbara, well, it's not open yet. There's no smell that's emanating from it just yet. I know how hyenas and jackal will cover these areas and will quickly find it when the temperatures are cooler. But I'm guessing that this animal died this morning, if not late last night, and nothing has come across it yet. So it'll take some time before it really starts to smell, especially considering the skin is still closed. But if the skin was broken open and the flesh was in the sun, then it would really start to smell quite quickly. So without knowing more, it's possible that this is a female who maybe had some complications in birth. The horns don't make her look incredibly old, and the fur is in really good condition, which doesn't make me feel like old age is the concern. Delayed pregnancy, potentially 3 weeks if not a month after the rest. If it was conceived at the same time, the fetus might have been a little bit big, could have caused complications, I'm not sure. But finding diseased animals or dead animals in the bush is always something you need to be very aware of. You don't just go and play with them or touch them. There are a number of diseases that can actually infect humans as well, and certain diseases have to be reported to management so that they don't spread. Many of the diseases we find out here are pretty natural. It's the crossing over of those diseases into our domestic animals that is some of the biggest issues. But obviously if you as a human go and touch an animal or play with an animal that is diseased, there's nothing to prevent you from falling ill as well, depending on what it is. Winnie, yes they do. Wildebeest breeding is very well linked or associated with the rains. Now the rutting season happens right at the end of the growing season, right when the bulls are in their fullest condition, and the females as well. They've all fed and have been feeding for weeks, if not months, on the best vegetation possible. And then the rut happens. So with a gestation period of 8.5 months, that pushes their birthing time into sort of late December. So obviously if they pushed it a bit later, when the vegetation was guaranteed to be recovered, because you don't always have enormous amounts of rain in December, sometimes it might be a little late. I mean, this area, for example, gets their peak in January. So if the wildebeest pushed that rutting season to later in the winter, or in the dry season, they might be in less condition, and less favorable condition for breeding. And so they have it as soon as the conditions of best feeding are deteriorating, the rut happens, and then 8.5 months later, they drop their calves sort of in late December months. Now, if they push that a bit to drop them in January, when conditions might be a little bit more suitable, that is potential that the individuals might have lost a little bit of condition, and the rut and breeding time might be a little bit influenced. So that's how it is. They've cued it with the rain, and that happens across Africa. They actually follow the rains, the migratory wildebeest in the north, and they all lamb or calve at the exact same time, at the onset of the wettest period. in big groups and big accumulations, flooding the market. As I was talking about animal communication or animal behavior earlier with the impala, how they've adapted to sort of prevent themselves from being too badly influenced by predators. It's by having many babies at the same time. Well, the wildebeest are good at doing that, and some people have even seen wildebeest calves after 4 minutes standing up, and within 30 minutes running with the herd. It's a phenomenal ability. But being a migratory species like that, always on the move and predators following close behind, the flooding of the market doesn't allow the predator numbers to build up to any substantial number so as to influence the hundreds, if not thousands, of babies that are dropped at the same time. So this system, the savanna, is a summer rainfall system, and it has been so for a long time. Our trees and grasses have evolved with that, and so a lot of our animals' breeding has been very well driven by those factors, namely summer rainfall.
Here at Wild Earth, we take great pride in curating our best animal content for you. Would you like our very best animal stories, highlights, questions, and the inside scoop on all things Wild Earth before anyone else? Find it all, as well as info on our exciting plans going forward first, in the newsletter handmade just for you. Available to all Wild Earth explorers.
The longest animal in the world had a bottom of a wildebeest and a head of a giraffe. That was quite funny for a moment there. So we've found another wildebeest and a calf in the thickets there, in the shade, an area you'd expect them to be in at this time of day. And this giraffe is well adapted to dealing with the temperatures. It's got its back to the sun, its body in alignment with the wind, and they don't always find shade, so they put the narrowest part of themselves to the sunshine. You can actually see the shadow on their face from their ears. So the sun is directly behind the giraffe, or directly above, and it lands for the most part on that mane. It runs down the back, and all of those brown patches have got blood capillaries on the surface, and what that means is that the blood actually comes to the surface in a small little capillary network, if you looked at it in a thermal camera, you'd see little hot spots on the giraffe's body where those darker patches are. And she will stand, I can't tell from here, I think it's a he will stand with his body to the wind, and the wind blowing over that body will actually cause a sort of convection current of heat to be transferred from the blood off the body, cooling that blood, which is then pumped back into the large body. And being a large animal, they do heat up very slowly, so they can afford to spend more time in the sunshine, but still they will do what they can to mitigate the effects of the sun on the body as much as possible. There's a whole herd of wildebeest in the thickets there. Edward, no, giraffe only have one heart. It's a very interesting design, actually. For every increase centimeter in the length of the neck, the wall in the arterial side of the heart gets thicker. So I don't know if that makes sense to you, but if you had to imagine, I don't know how I'm going to describe this, but the arterial side of the heart that pumps the blood in general it's all muscular, and it's got a nice sort of dense wall there. As the giraffe gets older and taller, that wall of the arterial heart thickens, which means it picks up more strength and more muscle, which also decreases the volume inside that section of the heart for pumping blood. So it increases the pressure. So as the giraffe is younger, the wall is thinner. As it gets taller, that wall gets thicker, and it's all about pressure. If you know anything about pressure and pipes and how water pressure works, the thicker that wall is, the increased pressure that section of the heart gives to pumping the blood, and that allows them to pump that blood up to the brain as they get older. Obviously, you can't have this enormous heart that pumps powerful blood if your body's still small. It would cause all sorts of things and explosions and probably capillaries popping in the brain. So as the animal gets older, so layers and layers of the heart thicken to allow more pressure to pump blood all the way to the heart, from the heart to the brain, and then it comes back down again. So phenomenally well adapted animals, the giraffe. And they also don't like oxpeckers, although it is quite a necessary part and parcel of what goes on out here. Rolo, you'd be amazed that the giraffe has got the exact same number of cervical vertebrae in their neck as you and I. 7. 7 cervical vertebrae. They haven't added anything. All that's happened is that those vertebrae have all enlarged and grown and pushed to get to the height that they are. Our vertebrae in our neck are quite small, and they haven't developed much length. So there's some tribes in Africa where the ladies put these rings around their necks to enlarge their neck. The neck is still the same, the bones are still the same. The bones have just elongated themselves, and the giraffe has done that through evolution. They once upon a time very likely were an animal very much like a dik-dik. And as the landscape changed and as the environment changed due to a huge shift in climate, we went from very tropical forested areas across most of the planet. Climate changed and the forests opened up into these open savannas that provided an enormous amount more food at different levels, but it also enabled animals to get bigger because, well, being larger enables you to do much better in the heat. If you're living in a tropical area where there's not a huge abundance of food, it makes sense to be quite small and quite territorial. But as the landscapes opened and food became much more abundant, that need to be territorial diminished, but the desire to be bigger made sense because those that were bigger were more successful. That's what gave rise to our herd animals, our large grazing animals moving through the landscape, and our browsers that all derived from a very similar origin, fitted into different niches in the landscape. And how they fitted into those different niches was to specialize in some way. And the giraffe, well, they just took it to another level. And many people will discuss the giraffe's neck having evolved to grow that length so as to feed on the tallest trees and the shortest trees and to push the neck deep inside a bush. But some ecologists or evolutionists would say that the giraffe's neck got bigger because one individual would have had a slightly longer neck and they started using their heads for fighting. And this perpetuation of that genetic trait, and eventually the neck got to this length where giraffes stand, tallest giraffe at about 18 feet, 5.5 meters. And they probably came from once upon a time something that was merely 2 or 3 feet tall. But obviously that didn't happen overnight. It would have taken a very long time to happen. Okay, well, we're going to maybe go and have a little look and just have a see what maybe killed this wildebeest, if it was a predator or some disease. And then we'll send you down to Alex on the Djuma Dam Cam.
Thanks, Steve. And yes, we are here with our Inyala family. Very cool to see the two little lambs there. Rather peaceful as well across here. So very cool. Nice that the warthogs came through earlier. And of course, these Inyala, they are kind of heading off into the thickets though. But great to see those two young ones. Very, very cool indeed. Of course, Inyala do breed throughout the year. There isn't a set breeding season. Of course, the males do get into that very characteristic Inyala dance before clashing of horns does commence. You can hear the Egyptian geese also with a little bit to say. Of course, Egyptian geese both here and in Okakuyo. The geese or goslings that are this side a lot older, far bigger, but lovely to see that Inyala bull. Very cool. And you can see the dimorphism between the two sexes there. Of course, the young, if they are female, staying that russety red for the rest of their lives, and the males then getting rather dark and developing that very long mane and beard. Of course, the stockings too, and very impressive horns. So just feeding off the ground just amongst the guarri there, the magic guarri, female kind of popping out. I do think they might disappear into the greenery. You can see how quickly The male kind of disappeared there in the shadow, and that female just behind the bush. So just following these Inyala, you can hear the oxpeckers at the moment too. And Inyala have disappeared for now. We'll just have to little zoom out and scan. We'll come back and join them now. Warthog still here at the water's edge. Just want to see if anything else might have popped up down the drainage. Slowly coming out the thicket there. And I do think they will head off, and as soon as they get behind that next kind of tree line, unfortunately we will lose them. It's lovely to see this little family of Inyala. So it does look like our Inyala have disappeared into the thicket. Unfortunately, we won't be able to keep track of them. If they do pop out again, we will definitely come and have a little look. But lovely to see them. The warthog were here, so we'll join the warthogs again, because they're obviously treating us today. I'll come back in as well. Just want to have one little look here. We do have something else that has obviously come down to the water's edge, with it being rather hot. An interesting day that might unfold for us. Hi Mike, thank you very much for your question. We've got two young kudu here, and really just being out in nature and enjoying all the smells, the senses, the sounds, and it's actually young Inyala, to be honest. But yeah, kind of just the entire experience. You want all those senses being tickled with all of that as well. So very cool. Always lovely to get out and spend some time in nature. And as I said, having that full sensory overload is really where it's at. That is the business, at least in my books. But lovely to see these two young Inyala bulls. They've come down to the water's edge, and the males do get their horns into that kind of muddy substrate on the water's edge, as well as at the wallows too. And it's thought that they will do that kind of to make their horns a little bit more impressive. You'll just see the younger ones kind of getting into that, but see the more mature rams or more mature bulls doing that, and it is thought that obviously it makes their horns look a little bit more imposing. Of course, then kind of cementing or kind of ramping up their ability almost to then breed. Looks like another Nyala ram just on the other side. Could be a bushbuck though. A little further away, so let's just have a look. No, another Nyala ram, or bull, a young one, just coming back through. And I do just want to come across here, because we have quite a bit of action going on. I just want to double check what is going on down in the drainage. Lots of oxpeckers calling at the moment too. Obviously quite a bit of action at Gari Dam at the moment. So very cool. We're just panning through all this vegetation and the thicket line. And there is an elephant just here, as you can see, just down here in the drainage. Lovely to have him, of course, splashing himself, getting that mud on, that sunscreen for the day, also using it to cool down, and they'll splash behind the ears to do that as well. Of course, very thin ears, and that's also how they do regulate themselves, kind of like big radiators. It does help cool their blood. And this one really having a good time, it seems. So very cool, lovely to see. Emerald spotted wood dove as well, calling at the moment. Hi, Rose Candy. Yes, lovely to see an elephant. It's been some time actually since I've seen one on the dam cam, so always cool to see them. They really are such magnificent animals. Super majestic and sentient. But very, very cool. This one getting a good mudding at the moment. Really covered with it. So with the Ellie kind of being stationary right here, we can assume that the warthogs will give him a fair amount of space. Not the biggest of Ellies just yet. Kind of a young bull on his way to maturity. It's really cool to have an Ellie anyway with us. And we'll see this little interaction that might go on with the warthog. Kind of just saying, you do you, I've just mudded myself, I'm not really too interested in what goes on. Perhaps a little foot scrape at the moment. Those trunks really, really powerful. So a big bull Ellie up to around 140 odd kgs, and they can pick up items of around 300 kgs, almost double the weight of that. So if you consider 140 odd kgs with roughly around 10,000 muscles in it, of course an adaptation of the nose and upper lip, and really one of nature's most impressive tools. The warthog's giving the elephant his right of way. I think the warthog's probably wanting to also get down to that wallow, and the elephant kind of blocking that access at the moment and shooing them off. Cheeky little guy. There's a chagra as well calling. So the Ellie moving off from a little mud wallow, perhaps off for some feeding. Kind of just behind the tree at the moment, so hopefully will come out again for us. Hi Betty, thank you very much for your question. And bulls will leave their natal herds from roughly around the age of 15 through to around 18 odd years of age. And of course, really only being properly mature from around 35 odd. So by guesstimation at the moment, we assume he probably is around 20 something odd years of age, this bull Ellie. Was quite happy to be by himself at the moment. They do join up though with others, but not uncommon to see bull elephants by themselves either. Just hiding behind the foliage at the moment. We'll just watch him. I think he will kind of head off down that drainage line, and while he is present, we'll definitely try and enjoy as much of our time with him. Perhaps coming for either a browse or a little bit of a graze. We'll just have to wait and see. So sadly, the Ellie is kind of really on the other side of this little thicket that is here at the moment. Quite tough to kind of pick him out, but let's have a look to see if we can come back to join him. I think he is going to move off down the drainage, and of course out of sight. Our warthog's still here, and let's see if those young Inyala bulls are still at the water's edge, or perhaps they might have disappeared into the thicket as well. Perhaps down over the dam wall into the drainage, I think is the case. So the one younger bull has come down. I think the other two have headed off into the thicket. Just getting a little drink there, perhaps a little forage. It does look like he's feeding too. Kind of just getting those horns really properly, and obviously developing into that far darker coat. A small little beard on this one. Of course that will grow as he does get older.
Would you like a stay in the African bush? Open to all explorers. Sign up and stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at the fantastic Mashatu Lodge in Botswana. This bucket list prize includes daily safari drives, traditional African cuisine, spacious luxury suites, and a promise of sheer relaxation. Sign up now and stand a chance to win.
So really quite cool. Just tracking this Inyala bull. Hardy dog calling in the distance as well. And what's interesting also with Inyalas, they will also compete. Bushbuck also do compete with them, so not uncommon for them to chase off Bushbuck too if they are in the area, although they are kind of distant relatives. They do share a common ancestor, part of the same genus really. Spiraled horn antelopes. Actually also part of the family Bovidae and ruminants too. So forward-chambered stomachs that they do have. This one looking like, I think he's going to go back over onto the dam wall and down into the drainage. So we'll just have to wait and see. Fortunately, the tree is kind of blocking our visual at the moment, but just keep track. Hi Tina, thank you very much for your question. Of course, I did mention a little bit about the dimorphism between the males and the females. So of course the males are bigger than the females. Just trying to just keep track of this one. Hoping it does come out from behind the tree there. And the males can weigh in excess of 100 kgs, up to around 110 odd kgs. That being a very big male, and with a shoulder height of around a meter odd and 20 centimeters, so 1.2 meters high at the shoulder. Females obviously being smaller, and of course that far more russety red color. Lovely big ears, both the males and the females have white under their tail. Those tails, when they do shoot off into the undergrowth and in the thickets and away from predators, those tails then are up. That white adds almost as a marker for any of the other Nyala that might be present or around, just to keep track on where everyone has gone. It looks like this bull is moving down into the thicket. We are probably going to lose visual soon. So I think it's time for us to go and have a look to see if our warthog are still around. Egyptian geese just getting back into the water. So just having a little scan back towards the warthog at the moment. Kind of making their way down to the drainage. Let's just see if the Ellie, it looks like still behind the tree there. So unfortunately you won't really get a very good sighting of that at the moment. Coming a little closer to the warthogs. We'll wait for them to kind of disappear towards the wallow. It seems that that was what they were trying of angling to do earlier, before that Ellie dispersed them. But quite clearly that seems to be modus operandi for now. Unfortunately we will lose them when they do get to the wallow, so we'll just stick here for now. And if they do go, we'll have a little pan around and see who else might be in the area. There's still a number of red-billed oxpeckers around in the area. You'll just be able to hear them making that very characteristic call of theirs. It does look like our warthog have disappeared into the drainage. A little bit overcast at the moment. The wind's slowly picking up. And does look like wildlife has left us hanging for the moment, so we will go and join the Egyptian goose just now. I just want to have a little scan around. So of course the Egyptian geese that are about, a little family of them, so clearly some animals around, because oxpeckers are generally indicative of animals. But just none really in a position to be viewed in right now. So the geese are out of the water. They did shoot in a moment ago, but it looks like a bit of relaxation. You can see those young goslings starting to fledge now. And very soon they will be on their own pathways of life, obviously becoming independent and dispersing away from their parents. Hi, John. Thank you very much, and thank you also for tuning in. It has been a very awesome Saturday morning so far. Of course, we hope the action does continue. It's lovely to see the different variety of wildlife that we have so far. Nice to spend some time with some of the residents and locals as well. Just a quiet moment with our Egyptian geese. Awesome to see how much bigger these goslings are than those across in Okakuyo. But just nice and peaceful. Inyala have moved off into the thickets. The warthog are in the wallow, and the elephant has decided to leave us for the moment being. One of the terrapins coming out to join the Egyptian geese on the bank. What we're going to do is also just zoom out a little bit. See if the warthog haven't decided to pop out of the drainage. But it is very possible that they might stick there for some time as well. So we'll just have to wait and see. Patience being the name of the game at the moment. The warthogs have come out of the wallow, so we'll join them in a little bit closer. Should be a bit of a sheen. You can see fresh mud on them. So awesome to see that these little warthogs getting really into the swing of warthog life. Of course, a fresh wallow, always good for warthogs. So a little bit of scratching going on there, of course, foraging amongst the grass as well. So our warthogs are currently, after their wallow, enjoying a nice scratch using that little stump there as a little rubbing post. Always cool to see. Nice behavior to watch. Of course, they will grind that stump into a very smooth and soft kind of feeling as well. Also glistens as well. It's almost like a French polishing that they do to it. And very cool to see when we are walking around and on foot as well. Something to always keep a lookout for. So it's been fantastic to spend some time with our warthog family, but let us shoot across to Nick, who's got a nice surprise for us in Kariega.
Yeah, and we've managed to hit the jackpot. Got ourselves a beauty of a male lion. And I am very, very surprised that we've actually managed to find them in exactly the same place as yesterday. Like we've kind of talked about, it has been warm today. It has been hot. And I mean, you can really see the whole body of this lion moving as he is panting heavily. He's trying to cool down. But what an awesome surprise though. I mean, I really did not expect to see these lions here today. I did chat with some of the other guides and things in terms of what they'd seen this morning, and it didn't sound like anybody had any luck with these lions. Maybe the heat kind of drove them out of the thicket of where they were, potentially to come and get a bit of water just behind this lion that we're looking at. That's the only thing I can think of. The second lion is just on the left hand side of this one, the other brother, which I'll shift across to soon enough. But we'll just continue to have a good look at this male. He's an absolute beaut. Look at that mane. Yeah, like I said, I really did not expect to see these lions out in the open like this. I kind of thought what I'd do is just drive from waterhole to waterhole, just having a look to see who's moving around. What I was really hoping for was potentially something coming down for a little mud bath. But this is definitely a very pleasant surprise. Not going to say no to this. Crystal, I'm so happy that you think he's a beaut, a king. He is. He is a truly magnificent animal. Hey, just even lying down like that, he just kind of commands respect, you know. When you look at a lion and people talk of a lion, it always commands a degree of respect, and you know there's power that goes with a lion. There's a degree of awe when you have a look at a lion. Yeah, he's an absolute beauty, this one. Let me see if I can go a little closer in for you, and you can actually see his mane blowing in the wind there. So remember, we've talked about the wind has kind of puffed up a little bit today, and whenever there is a bit of a strong breeze that comes across, you can see it moving through that mane. So his left ear, when we're looking at him, his right ear, It kind of seems like there's a little bit of a longer tuft, a little blondish tuft there that keeps getting flicked up every now and then. Kind of sitting down a little bit better now, but the wind kind of does swirl a little bit and it pokes itself up every now and then. Good looking animal. So if you have a look at his back legs, you see how they're still a beautiful tawny color, kind of the same as his coat there. William, the two are the same age. They're both the same age, about 4.5 years or so. Yeah, so what I was kind of edging towards is kind of the aging process of them. That back leg that we're talking about there. If he was a little bit younger, if you look at lions that are even a few months going to sort of 1.5 years, 2 years, they'll quite often have little spots and things like that, faint spots on their back legs. And you can see he's completely grown out of that. Usually by the time a lion gets to around 2.5 years of age or so, that is completely sort of grown out, for lack of a better word. So he's in beautiful condition, a big boy. And his brother's also an absolute beaut. He's just kind of facing away from us a little bit at the moment, but when he does decide to turn towards us, maybe we can flip across and have a look at him. But like I was saying, very surprised that they're right out in the open like this. I mean, you can see he's feeling hot. He's breathing heavily. I really expected to not even find them, but I mean for them to be resting up in the thicket somewhere. So further to the south of me is quite a big valley, quite a deep valley, densely vegetated, and with it being a lot lower down there, the likelihood of there being some water down there is quite high, and then all the way right at the bottom you kind of expect potentially some of the sand, that if it was wet it would be nice and cool. But at the same time I'm very happy that they've decided not to go there. In terms of them going down there, it would make it a whole lot trickier for us to find these lions, and then in turn, even if you do get lucky enough to find them, to actually get them right out in the open can be quite difficult. If it was in those dense thickets at the bottom of the valley. Christopher, that's a good question. Do lions prefer hunting at night time or during the daytime? So for them, they prefer hunting at night time. So their eyesight at night is very, very good, and that's just instinctively the best time for them to hunt. It's often cooler as well, so in terms of economy of movement and not of movement, but economy of sort of energy expenditure, if you want to call it that, it makes more sense to be walking around at night time when it is cooler. A lot of the prey species that they're hunting are more diurnal, more active during the day, and their eyesight or their night vision isn't as good as what the lions is, so they've got the kind of the competitive edge by hunting at night time. So in terms of hunting, you can see these lions have got big thick manes that are dark, but they're still going to continue to darken. Whereas remember, the lionesses won't have a mane at all. So it's not to say that just because lions do prefer hunting at night that they won't hunt during the day, think late afternoon and things like that. So they could do that. And often if these males are with the pride, the lionesses would do a lot of the hunting, because that big thick dark mane is not as good with camouflage as compared to the lionesses. So quite often you would see the males kind of hanging back, and the lionesses doing a lot of the hunting. In terms of the size of males, obviously they're a lot bigger than lionesses, so they've got a bit more muscle mass on them. So for hunting bigger things like buffaloes, males will quite often get involved. But I mean, if you have a look at the role of what a male lion does, so his main role is to protect the pride, and if he's got youngsters in that pride, to protect those youngsters from rival males. So that is his main role. So he will move around, scent marking and things like that. In terms of the lionesses, if they kill something small, let's talk about a warthog. So for argument's sake, let's say we've got 3 lionesses, they've made this kill, and these male lions have heard it. They weren't actively involved in the kill, but they will then rush in, and they will basically bully those lionesses off of the kill. They will want the best parts of the carcass, they'll want it all, really, if it's a small carcass like a warthog. You know, they're that much bigger than the lionesses, so they can kind of bully their way through a little bit. And unfortunately for the lionesses, that's just the way the cookie crumbles, really. You know, the males protect the pride, and in so doing, they will kind of, when it comes to the carcass, dominate their way. The lionesses will sometimes, you know, fight back and swat the males, and that's where males will often get cuts and gashes and things on their face. But really, at the end of the day, as much as those lionesses try, the male lion is that much bigger to muscle his way through. That mane that we can see is going to protect his neck from blows from lionesses, but from males as well. So that's a good question. So I would say the lions would prefer hunting at night time, but they're opportunistic. You know, if they're resting like this now, and something walks past very close to them that hasn't even picked up on them, it's sheer instinct for those lions. Instinct will kick in and drive them to get up and grab whatever it is. Even if it's midday like it is now and it's hot, those lions would get up straight away.
When was the last time you caught your breath? When were you last truly amazed? When last did you marvel at the wonder of nature? Wild Earth Epic Animal Encounters. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Obviously, it is very hot today, and we've mentioned that they're breathing very deeply, very heavily to try and stay cool. Another reason of why they could potentially be breathing very rapidly like that is if they're full, as if they've had a meal. Remember, when lions do eat, they eat a lot. They'll eat everything that's there, and then their body temperature increases with all that sort of metabolism of all of the food. So deep panting like that will help to cool themselves down. But it doesn't look like they have eaten anything, and they're in the same place. So I doubt it's because of being full. I would say it's more with temperature. But I'm going to stick around a little bit longer and see if these males give us any more love. And in the meantime, we're going to take you across to Steve.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Madikwe, and if you are just jumping on board the Escape to Nature this afternoon, it is about to turn the afternoon. I hope you are doing well. I hope you are having a wonderful day so far. We are here at our favorite Skorkel Pan, in sort of the central parts of Madikwe, with some giraffe and some zebra. And we've been talking about antelope this morning, herbivores, how they impact on the landscape, how their numbers are important, and we had a dead wildebeest, which we'll talk more about in a moment. But hello everybody, my name is Steve, and I'm joined by Rian on camera, and as always, very excited to have you with us. If you are just jumping on board, please do send through any questions and comments, anything you'd like us to discuss. We would like to delve deep into nature's ecology with you. But for now, let's send you back over to our antelope here, or should I say our giraffe, and then it looks like a group of zebra stallions behaving just like stallions. And well, if you are joining us, like I said, please send through the questions. We've been spending time on the Djuma Dam Camp with a family of warthogs down in Djuma, and Nick and Kruger has been lucky enough to find some lions. We started the show this morning with the lioness who was late for her flight out of Madikwe, and so she went down to the waterhole to console herself. Excuse me while I just reposition myself. It's better. So this is a naturally formed muddy wallow that, well, first of all we'll talk about the zebra and his scratching. It's found the most ideal piece of wood there that has been used again and again to just catch or find that hard to reach spot. Backwards and forwards motion. Once you find it, you know you've done it before on the cupboard, and there's that part of your back you just can't get to, and he pulls a nice facial expression at the same time. As our giraffes watch on and think to themselves, can we reach down and get this water that is turning into a proper muddy wallow now? We are definitely in the need of some more rain. As I was saying, this pan is apparently a naturally formed pan. Down he goes. Down she goes. Ooh. A little bit far. Let me think about it. I'm really thirsty. Stretch my legs. Here we go. Look at the size difference between an impala and a giraffe. Huge difference there. And we talked earlier about some giraffe and how their necks have the same number of cervical vertebrae as we do to aid them in many ways out here, feeding, fighting, But when it comes to the most natural and most important task, drinking water, it makes life rather difficult. If you consider the impala, it's also got quite a long neck. They're able to just dip their head quite easily. No special muscles to do so. No special valves and a network of capillaries in the back of the neck to slow down and slow the blood to prevent them from getting over sort of a bit too much of a high pressure in the brain. The giraffe need to drink. They do get a lot of their moisture from the vegetation, but it just looks so tantalizing, doesn't it? It's just so far away. She's licking her lips in anticipation. Now you'll see, she's watching out. Lions were here yesterday. We had lions killing a baby warthog. That tree that she's standing in front of actually had a lioness in it for most of the morning we were here. So there's still the smell of large predatory cats around, and giraffe in this situation is very vulnerable. So there's a lot of thought that goes in. Very conscious drinkers. Giraffe, very conscious, and both legs spread wide. You really would do much better if you went to the shallow section, but the shallow section is getting muddy and slippery from the zebras churning it up. Buffalo, if they came through here, would also churn up those sections, and the elephants as well. She's given up. She got a bit of an alarm call there. Some oxpeckers took off, and she just thought, that's it, I'm done. Not even going to try it anymore. The other loud chirping of the black-chested prinia. So our impala are regarded as being incredibly water dependent, and most people will know when they see impala that they're never too far from water. But that is just because they choose to. Impala can actually go for long periods without water. I know of an impala that was once locked in a camp that had no water in it at all for a year. There was vegetation, things to eat, and an impala never drank anything, and at the end of the year it was still alive. It wasn't locked purposefully in there. It was just one of those camps that impala somehow got in, and they knew that it had been in for that amount of time. I can't remember all the details, but they are water-loving animals, and they will spend a lot of their time around water. But it starts getting rather tricky when you look at their very small hooves, very small feet. They're not very strong animals. When it comes to their legs, they obviously got a lot of spring in the step, but they don't have the same four-wheel sort of drive action that you'd find in a buffalo or even a warthog or even a zebra. So impalas that fall into these muddy sections, it can actually get very, very dangerous for them, because their legs are like pins trying to push themselves out of the mud. It just pushes them deeper in. I've seen a number of impala get stranded in little muddy wallows, only to be picked off by lions that are brave enough to go in and pull them out. Good afternoon, Claire. You'd like to know how giraffe protect themselves from predators? Well, their eyesight is probably their most important element when it comes to first seeing the predator. They've got incredible eyesight, and their long necks enable them to get that good field of view. If you think about lions, they like to stalk, they like to go low down in the vegetation, and well, it's very difficult for a lion to sneak up on a giraffe. So one of their best strategies is to be observant, to be vigilant and observant. Now, if they do get surrounded by a pride of lion, because like I said, lions don't really sneak up on giraffe, they will rush at them and try and surround them. So giraffe have got very long legs, and the best thing they can do is observe the lions first, and if the lions do try and rush at them and surround them, well, they just gallop away. They're very, very strong, very powerful runners, and they can cover quite a lot of distance quite quickly. Hanging out in groups is another good strategy, as they can all benefit each other by looking out for danger. But if they do inevitably get surrounded by a pride of lion, the lion have to get up onto the giraffe's haunches, up onto the body, and try and pull the giraffe down. Now, the giraffe have got incredibly powerful legs. They can kick backwards like a donkey, and they can also lift up and chop their front feet down like these incredibly powerful karate chops, I suppose you could call them, but with a size 20 foot, slamming down with anywhere from 800 kilograms to 1500 kilograms in that kick. So enough to crush the skull of any predator. So it's a very tricky affair. So the best thing lions can do is to try and chase the giraffe so that they slip and fall, and that's something I've seen a lot in wet and muddy areas after rain. After rain you get a lot of giraffe falling, and they often try and avoid that by going up onto rocky areas, and rocky areas they can also get a little bit cumbersome and trip and fall. So once a giraffe is lying down, a lion just has to just sit on its head, and there's no getting up for that animal. So they need to stand up, they need to remain standing and vigilant, and generally they're okay, but every now and again a pride of lions does corner one, and they jump on and they pull it to the ground. Quite something to witness if you've ever seen one. But obviously lions will generally try and go for the youngest and smallest available, and will generally avoid the big strong bulls if they can, because, well, that is a whole ordeal on its own. But if needs must, the big male giraffe also do get hunted. So at around a watering hole like this, giraffes can slip and fall, and if lions are in attendance while giraffes are drinking, it's a vulnerable time for them. So once they slip, it can be done in moments. Squawk Pan the mud wallow. Rihanna, are you tempted to go and have a little dip?
Maybe later in the day.
We had a guy on the show a few years ago, went into mud wallow on the show live in all his clothes. I think Jonty did it as well last year with the Wild Earth Ticket to Dream winner. Jonty, what a character. Water, as we know, is the currency of life, and I'm sure if we spend a little bit longer here, probably get some more animals coming down to quench their thirst. So everybody, some people will go to spas and health centers around the world and spend hundreds of dollars, I suppose, for the ability to get covered in mud, to get exfoliated, to get the minerals from the earth rubbed into your pores. You can come here, jump in this mud wallow with Rian, who's keen to indulge, and get mud rubbed and exfoliate for absolutely free. Yeah. I've never seen a giraffe mud wallow. I've never seen a giraffe get more than hoof depth in water. But I have no doubt they probably can swim. Most animals are supposed to be able to swim. But I think it would be rather funny watching a giraffe swim. But we're hoping more giraffe are going to come. We did pass a whole group of them and some zebras on the way here, that we're waiting for the opportunity to come through to the watering hole to drink. Goodness me. Rian, I don't know what bird this is in front of me here. Two of them. Both of them sitting with their throats to the sun. Do you see them? I hope you can get them. Please, if there's any birders watching, I'd love you to be able to help me identify. I think I'm going to go with the wryneck straight off the bat, but I'm not looking at them closely. To just double check. There's one at the top and one at the bottom, and they've actually probably been... What on earth are they? Red beaks? Oh, it's oxpeckers, oh my goodness. The way they were positioned, they looked very strange. Well, sorry about that, everybody. They've obviously had a bit of a wallow, a bit of a mud, water splashing, and their throat looked like it was all barred and changed, but they're actually just sitting with their body to the sun to dry themselves, and they were sitting in such an awkward position that they threw me for an absolute loop. Anyway, sorry about that. The red-billed oxpecker, nature's tick-removing device. And we've spent a lot of the morning talking about herbivores and what they feed on. And here we've got a bird that focuses on parasites, on ticks specifically, so as to get the blood that's within the tick. Some people would call that term hemophagy, but I've also heard that it's not the correct term, but I don't know if it's wrong or right. Hemophagy meaning the eating of blood, but they are an insect eater. They will also hawk flies and insects off of the backs of the animals that they are riding on. Sure, it's been a long time since a bird threw me like that. And here they come. Here comes the parade. The parade is on its way. Where they are standing, right there, there's a zebra in the front. Just behind the zebra is where a zebra was eaten the day before. There's still stomach contents all over the ground there, and we can't see any bones. That zebra actually looks like it's looking down at the site of the death, and it's going, "Oh, Mavis, my beloved." Sorry, I never mean to joke about these things, but predation is a reality. The oxpecker does its role of feeding on ticks and removing parasites because it's looking for the protein in the blood. Our herbivores feed on the vegetation, some chopping it very low to the ground, not out of any sort of animosity towards the environment, but because that's how they feed. And well, the lions feed on animals as well. And never do we really notice the rest of our prey species going, "Oh, lions, I can't believe you did that." Who knows if they do? Who knows what thoughts are going through their head? But there's like a whole wall of animals that have stopped there because the scent of lion is probably still quite strong. We've been parked in this position many a time, and it hasn't prevented our giraffe and zebra from walking behind us to the pan. So if you were thinking maybe it's because we're parked here, well, it's not, doesn't seem to be the case. But we shall see. We shall monitor this space. Okay, so we're going to stay right here. See if this cohort of animals comes down to drink. Okay, talking about lions, it seems like Nick is still with his pride. Let's go down to Kariga and see what they're up to.
Okay, and not surprisingly, our lions have decided to shift positions. So I mean, where they were, I was so surprised that they were there. They must have been baking. I mean, even just being out in the open like this, I've got beads of sweat dropping off of my chin. So that looks like definitely a much better spot in terms of where this one has positioned himself. The second one I actually don't have a view of. I can't see where it's gone. But you can see the thickets behind this lion is quite dense. And he's kind of just tucked himself in a little bit of shade there. Still definitely being bothered by flies. You can see him swatting his tail and trying to catch them even with his mouth every now and then. But I'm actually quite surprised even that he's still got his head up, because with the temperatures that we've got, I don't know exactly what it is. But I mean, it's definitely hot, hot, hot. I'm quite surprised that he's still got his head up. You think he'd have his head down. It's not like he's going to have any plan to go anywhere anytime soon. Often when you see lions passed out, they're kind of on their side. So interesting to see that he's still sitting up like this. So just below him to the right hand side, kind of in the direction that he's staring at, about 20 meters below him, is the little waterhole. And there's a lot of reeds coming up, and I can't really see if the other brother is on the other side of those reeds. But I feel like he's made a very good life decision here, It didn't make sense at all for them to be sitting out in the open like that. It wasn't like they were scanning around looking for lionesses. It wasn't look like they were, warming up to potentially roar. There's a big deep breath there. He's looking to get comfy. Got his head on his front paws there. Good to go. So earlier on this morning we were talking about impalas and blesbok and things coming down to the waterholes to have a drink. And you can see in terms of the position of where this lion is here, he's relatively well concealed in terms of if anything comes to drink from the northern side of this waterhole. Those bushes on his left-hand side are going to be concealing him a little bit. I've had to really maneuver back and forward, left and right, to try and get a bit of a view. I'm sure you can see kind of bottom left of the frame there are a few little twigs and things like this, so he isn't quite a concealed little spot. I mean, surrounding him, yes, there's a little bit of an open area, but I think at this point in time he's not really very worried about being concealed. I think it's more of a case for him of just finding some shade and cooling down. But kind of to get back to what I was saying earlier, is that for things like impalas and blesbok, this is the reason why they need to be careful when they are coming to waterholes. Because things like this lion could be resting close by like this. I'm sure before we did find them, I'm sure they've had a drink at this little waterhole here at some point in time today. And he chose the perfect patch of shade for us. If he kept going back another 10 meters, we would lose visual of him completely. Jamie, thanks for the question. 100%, lions can definitely sense movement when they're asleep. So they will close their eyes and they will rest, but they're still alert. They're still very aware of their surroundings. So if something walks around and there's a slight break of a twig, you'll see they lift their head and they look immediately. You can't even see every now and then he's looking towards me and he's checking what this noise is. So potentially when they do have their head down kind of resting, they may not physically see something to start off with, but they're still listening very carefully. Remember, they've got an incredible sense of smell as well, which might be a little bit more difficult to use on a day like this with the wind swirling all over, but they would be listening very, very carefully. I'm sure this lion's wishing this breeze would just blow these flies away. You can see they're really giving him a tough time. Hopefully they don't persist and give him too much of a tough time, because sometimes when it gets a bit much, you'll see lions may get up and reposition. And the bush behind him, like we were saying, is very dense. If he walks there, we'll lose visual of him. But so far he's read the script perfectly. In a nice little spot for us here. Yeah, I mean, you compare the conditions that we had yesterday compared to today. Yesterday you could see why they were kind of resting out in the open. There was a gentle breeze coming across. We even had a light little bit of rain, kind of just a little feather drop or two of rain, slow and constant. Whereas today, it is cooking.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic.
You miss all. Never fear, you won't have to miss another beat on Wild Earth again with our Catch-Ups channel, where you can rewatch missed safaris and shows whenever you please. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
But you can see how he does have his head a little bit higher up than the rest of his body, so that's definitely a comfortable position. Yeah, you sometimes see lions lying with their head below the rest of the body, and it just doesn't look comfortable, you know. So he's done well there. I have seen a pride of lions. There must have been about 7 or 8 of them, all lying on the road, and it was quite a steep road. And the dominant male was lying all the way at the top of the road, and he decided that he needed to go to the toilet, and he urinated exactly where he was lying, and it just kind of trickled all the way down to the other lionesses. Yeah, I had to feel bad for them. I did have a bit of a chuckle as well, I must say. It was quite funny. I'm just keeping my eye out for any species of butterfly here as well. So surrounding the vehicle a little bit is a lot of the milkweed plant. And remember, you find the larvae from the monarch butterfly feeding on these milkweed leaves. So it would be lovely if I could find some monarch butterflies or even the common diadems. I'll keep an eye out. And Nina, in terms of lions keeping themselves cool, the number one go-to is going to be to go into the shade like this. So that combined with sweating of the body and panting, like you can see he's doing here. So a bit of evaporative cooling. Those are going to be the main ways to keep themselves cool. You won't find a lion covering itself in mud like a buffalo would do or a rhino would do. You can sometimes find young lions that become quite playful and might play at the edge of a waterhole or something and get a little bit muddy. But a lion like this one that we're looking at, he's not going to go and lie down in the water. Remember, lions don't like water. They're afraid of it. You know, there could be crocodiles in there. They just don't like water, period. So that's kind of out of the question. So he's basically at the moment, he's really doing all that he can. You can see there's that little open gap next to him there. Kind of, he's got bushes on either side, and who knows, maybe there's even a little bit of a funnel of wind moving through there. That could definitely help him as well, because there definitely is a good breeze here. But you've really got a feel for a male lion. Hey? It must be lovely to have a thick mane like he's got, but in heat like this, he must just be thinking, oh, I wish I could just shave this thing off. In terms of the lionesses, I'm not too sure if any of them have been seen today. The last that I know, they were seen quite far from here. And you can see these males don't look perturbed at all by where those lionesses may or may not be. I'm just thinking about some of the better lion sightings that I've had. I think one that sticks out in my mind, it was lions that had been sleeping for the whole afternoon, and we decided to go quite late. Heard on the radio that they'd kind of been found, and decided to go just before it got dark. These lions got up and started to walk down the road, 3 lionesses and 1 male. Big beautiful male. They must have walked for about 10 minutes or so, and then after about 10 minutes they stopped and all looked at this termite mound. They must have been about 40 meters away on the right hand side of the road, and I had a good look and I could see there was a hole in the termite mound, which usually means there's a good chance of something living in there, and I was sure that there must be warthog in there that had got their attention. So I said to the people on the car, I said, let's maybe loop around, give them a bit of space, because we were at that point directly behind the lions, and we wanted to give them the best chance of catching whatever might be there, but also the prey species the best chance of getting away. So we kind of moved away and parked ourselves to the side a little bit and watched the events unfold. And it was like a stalemate. For 5 minutes everybody just sat there. There was no movement, until eventually this warthog that was inside the burrow lost its nerve and poked its head out to have a little bit of a look around. And it was only just like its snout and sort of like half of its head that was sticking out. And in an instant, this one lioness got up and she bolted straight towards this hole. I mean, she had to cover a bit of ground, and all that warthog had to do was really go back, 2 meters. So remember, when a warthog does go into a burrow, it goes in backwards, because the defense for those warthogs is its tusks. So if something like a lion's trying to grab it, they can use their tusks to jab at that potential predator. Anyways, this lioness managed to grab this warthog, and she pulled it out of the termite mound. All of these lions descended on this warthog, and it was at the bottom of a big valley, lots of big trees, tambueti trees, apple leaf trees, jackleberry trees. and the squeals of this warthog were bouncing off of all of these trees and just sort of like reverberating through the area. And the lions are starting to go "Rrr, rrr, rrr." And it was an absolute sensory overload. There was a herd of elephants that got disrupted by all this commotion that was going on, and they started to freak out, and we couldn't see them because it was nighttime. We just had the spotlight on the lion. And now we could hear elephants pushing trees down, getting closer and closer, and now we're trying to reverse away to give ourselves a bit more space between the lions and us, because we kind of put two and two together and figured out these elephants were coming to chase these lions away. Wow. And in the end we found these elephants, well, they found the lions rather, and the three lionesses lost nerve, and they kind of let go of this warthog, and the male was still grabbing this warthog by the throat, and he was oscillating between trying to strangle this thing because it was still alive, and then let it go and try and mock charge these elephants and chase the elephants off. So the matriarch of the elephant herd was beside herself because she had a little calf, and obviously the noise was upsetting her calf, and in turn her upset calf, that was upsetting her. It was an absolute sensory overload. And in the end, the elephants kind of charged, did their thing, and the elephants went off, and the lions managed to keep their warthog kill. Then obviously all of that sound of that warthog squealing had attracted the attention of hyenas, which then arrived. So you had a hyena on the outskirts. That excitable giggle that they give off. They were kind of like egging each other on to try and get closer, but there was only 4 hyena and there was 4 lions. 1 hyena versus 1 lion. It's not really the odds that those hyenas were hoping for. You really, in terms of taking over a kill for something like those hyenas, you need about 4 hyena per lion. So they were severely outnumbered, really, those hyena, in terms of the forces that they needed. Yeah, I'll never forget that sighting. That was absolutely incredible. There's no picture or video that could have done that justice. Yeah, it was incredible. I still remember it. I remember the roads of where I was driving. Oh, too good. And situations like that can sometimes be tough, If you've got sort of some guests on the vehicle, that is a spectacle of nature. To watch that interaction between so many different species, it's got to come down to luck, right place at the right time. But in terms of if you've never seen a kill before, you can say, no, I'd love to see lions killing a warthog, I'd love to see them on a kill. But it's until you're actually in that situation yourself, only then do you know how you're going to react.
So unfortunately we did just lose Nick there. We will be back with him though. That lovely male lion that he is watching. But we are back here at Okakuyo for the moment. Lovely to see the sun coming through. Clouds kind of dissipating, although it does look like building towards a storm at some point. And quite cool just watching as the shade kind of moves around with the clouds moving, and of course the sun coming through as well. But a lovely little silhouette being cast onto the waterhole surface at the moment. Very calm, not much wind, and just awesome. Let's just get the audio on our first European bee eaters for the day. So really a very lovely and picturesque scene right now. Definitely something that you would expect on an oil canvas. However, awesome audio from the European bee eaters. A lovely silhouette on the water surface. Very calm, no wind. I am going to have a little look, a little zoom into the distance. Sounds like a cicada there, pretty close to the camera mic. Just trying to pick up and see if there are any springbok. It does look like there's one or two of them in the distance here. So 2 springbok, a little grebe as well. Of course, what you are hearing right now is a cicada. And as it does get hot in the bushveld in the wilderness, those cicadas do get louder and louder, and it can be pretty disorientating. That is all you hear for an afternoon. But lovely to see that we do have 2 springbok with us now. Still rather far away, so just going to have a little pan around, see who else might be here. There's another 2 springbok also just off in the distance. Looks like one resting 2, so that is 5. 6 just here in the thicket. So counted around 10 springbok that are pretty far away from the waterhole, but something that isn't too far away from Nick. He's of course going to be showing us that in Kariega now. So off to him and his line.
And welcome back to our male lion here. Sorry about that technical glitch there earlier. But there hasn't been too many changes with his posture. Only that he's breathed heavily. He's panted about 95,000 times since you were last here. Shame, he's definitely still feeling it. But yeah, just to kind of round up that sighting of elephants, lions and hyenas that I was talking about. It can sometimes be tough if you've never experienced any type of sort of interaction of kills and things in the bush until you're really there in the middle of it. You know how you're going to react to it. And as much as people do come and would sometimes love to see a kill when you visit game reserves, it's the right place at the right time. Even for a lot of guides who driving morning and afternoon, you may go for sort of 2 months or so and not even see a kill. Sorry if there is a little bit of camera shake going on here. He is quite far away. I've had to zoom in quite far, and the wind might be buffering the lens just a little bit. So I would say the plan for these two male lions is probably to spend the next few hours here by this waterhole, which seems to be a firm favorite of theirs. And I would say only later on in the afternoon, once it really starts to cool down, will there start to be a few more signs of activity from them, of yawning and grooming and things like that. So I think while they're resting like this, let's take you across to Steve, who has got some warthog and potentially even some giraffe by the sound of things.
Welcome back to Skokopane, where it seems like our giraffes are starting to forget about lions in the area. And if you're with us this morning, the beginning of the show, we had a lioness doing very much what this male giraffe is doing now. He is doing the Flehmen grimace, which is essentially, everybody, the testing of the female reproductive status. Now, it's not only males who do it, females will do it as well. We see it quite commonly in our predators, where females will test, especially territorial cats, test the reproductive status. Oh, goodness me. And that is a male giraffe testing the reproductive status of a female. But we just want to show you some cuteness that's coming out of the bushes in front of us now. Oh, there's a mama who's looking at us with evil eyes, and a whole lot of little youngsters emerging from behind her. They've all been in the shade there. Maybe they'll come out some more. If you were not with us yesterday morning, we were at this exact pan, and we had quite an incredible scene unfold with a young lioness catching a little piglet. Piglets were about that size, maybe a little smaller actually. These ones look a bit bigger. And birds' alarm calling send the piglets scurrying into their burrows or into the shade. And it takes us to the third herbivore this morning that I was discussing that requires management action. The savanna biome, as we all know, is a dynamic and dramatically disturbed environment that is driven by disturbance, and warthogs are very good at disturbing the ground, and their feeding behavior causes all sorts of open areas and open patches, and their numbers in high number can cause degradation of the vegetation. That's why the balance of predator-prey and the fact that we see piglets getting eaten this time of year is all part of nature. So that is our third of the three category 3 feeders that we find out in the savanna. So Sarah, you want to know if there's any similarities between warthogs and domestic pigs? Now they are from the same family, but they look rather different. Warthogs are very aesthetically pleasing, apparently. Large flat heads covered with warts. The warts actually are designed to, they're actually extensions of the skull. We see in males 2 sets and in females just 1, and they work as a very good protective agent against the side of the face for when warthogs that bear tusks, when they fight, those tusks can actually get caught on those warts, which are actually there to protect, almost like the scabbard on a sword. Not the scabbard, the pommel on a sword is there to protect the sword wielder's hand from the sword sliding down. The warts on the warthog's head serve the same purpose. Both will most certainly wallow in mud. Both are omnivorous. However, pigs have sweat glands where warthogs do not, so warthogs need muddy wallows like Skokopane and the mud wallows under the shade of the tree there to keep themselves cool. Well, everybody, those of you who put your hands up and were keen to come for a mud wallow, now is your chance, because you've got Maurice, the health spa facilitator, who's here to collect the mud and splash it on you personally. A little bit on the left, a little bit on the right. Now there's probably a good chance this elephant is not going to drink any of this water. They are quite discerning when it comes to what they drink, and this watering hole has become a muddy wallow, and you can see it by the colour of what he's throwing on himself. Very nice way to cool the body, especially the genitals. He's loving splashing himself there. It's the breeding time for some of our elephants, so things are getting a bit hot. And our piglets are coming out to play around. I think our elephant is looking quite good in frame, but then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 piglets. They're probably going to come around. They're like happy the elephant is here now. The elephant would definitely chase away any predators, you would think. So they've come trotting into the shade, close to the pan. Oh my word, this is what we're talking about. This is what we call a muddy wallow. So everybody, if you're just joining us, if you're just jumping on board, welcome to Madikwe Game Reserve in the northwest. Welcome to a mud wallowing elephant here in Skoko Pan, or Skoko Mud Wallow. We have been having the most wonderful day out in the sunshine where the temperatures are warm, and they must be in the mid-30s at the moment. And my name is Steve, and I'm joined by Rian on camera. And if you are just jumping on board, you've been missing all the action today, from mud wallowing elephants to giraffe testing urine on other giraffe, from a lioness this morning, scent marking and testing urine as well. And we've even had lions in Kariga. So our elephant is getting up again, and if you are just jumping on and you haven't yet and you'd like to get involved, please do remember that you can send through questions and comments, anything about this muddy wallow or about this attractive elephant. We've had warthogs and wildebeest. I had a dead wildebeest today as well, which we weren't sure what had happened. I went and investigated, and well, I found that it looked, with my very limited experience with animal deaths, it looked like there was some difficulty in her childbirth, just by the way things were operating. It looked like some amniotic fluid and some blood, but it's difficult to say. Difficult to say without physically doing an autopsy. Okay, well everybody, if you're looking for that mud wallow, now is your chance. The water is perfect and ready for you. And elephants love to mud wallow, we know that. Buffalo, rhino, warthogs, they love to mud wallow. As we were just discussing before, they're related to pigs, but they don't have sweat glands, so the mud wallowing and the covering themselves in mud and in water is quite an essential part of their daily routine. This elephant bull as well. He's gonna get it everywhere. Molly, it does look amazing, doesn't it? If you enjoy mud wallowing, if you enjoy a nice clean drink, it's not the most ideal spot, but a lot of animals will still come and drink here. Maybe they also get some nice minerals from the amount of mud, but I'm almost certain elephants are not going to be drinking from here anymore. They'll be coming here to splash, and then they'll be going to larger watering holes where the water seems a lot more fresh. But we'll see. Let's see if he puts some in his mouth. I'm quite doubtful of that. proper 4x4 capabilities. We were talking about impalas just before that. If they got into this mud wallow, it gets very tricky for them on their little pin-like legs. They don't have the most powerful legs. Obviously spring-loaded, but they're very point-specific. It's like jumping around with chopsticks, if you know what I mean. There's pressure, but that pressure, if it encounters a soft substrate, will just sink right in. And I've seen many an impala getting stranded in muddy wallows. Jamie Patterson, an ex-guide, naturalist, Wild Earth, she once had a duiker stuck in the mud wallow there on Djuma. It was very sad to witness, but it is par for the course, par for nature. Canis just blows it. You know, the mud that it's taking up in its trunk is actually quite watery, so it just, and out it will go. It takes years to practice the use of that trunk, and by the time they get to this sort of size, they're well established in how they use the trunk and how all the muscles operate, how they suck up water, how they feed, all the while being able to breathe as well through that. It's just like any diver, hey? Rian, you're a diver. It takes time to get to that point where you're really confident with all the gear, you know, and then once you are, it's just second nature how to clear your mask when you're underwater. Your mask gets full of water. How do you clear it when you're deep? In the beginning it's quite an ordeal, but once you get used to it, this becomes second nature. An elephant is using that trunk all the time. And there are the piglets. Let's see them. See, they felt quite happy that the elephants were here. Like, oh, we'll go now. Surely there's no predator around. The elephant would sort them out. But now they've got to leave. This is quite a process. Little piglets covered in mud, feeling better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Lots of little warthogs around at the moment. Chloe, your comment is, why are elephants considered the most intelligent? I don't know if they are considered the most intelligent. I think dolphins are right up there. But elephants are long-lived animals, and they definitely give off huge amounts of behaviors that indicate that they have the ability to learn. Now, the old adage of elephants never forget, they definitely pass on information. You know, we spend time with elephants, and the mothers are teaching the youngsters all the information they need to survive. They're able to figure things out, and because they're long-lived and there's a lot of parental care, that sort of is, you know, they're not born with all of the information they need, so they learn it, like primates do, like humans do. All this information is for learning purposes. And they are able to retain a lot of information. I mean, I've even seen footage of people with an elephant that can paint. Now, how that came about, I have no idea. But there's not as much instinct in elephant as there is learned behavior, and it's very, very similar to humans in that regard, in the emotions that they show, in how they seem to transfer that information as well. They're sentient beings. Most certainly, if you spend some time with elephants, you'll just know that they are very, very switched on. Like dolphins, very switched on. They know what's going on. They're able to learn things and pick up on energies as well. So many of the other animals we find out here, and we don't like to use the word intelligent because that classifies some animals versus others, but you know, the smallest animals we find, organisms, insects, and they have to be born or hatch out of their egg with all the information that they need. There's no parental care. And so a lot of the animals we find out here are born with a lot of instinct, a lot of instinct to move them forward. But elephants, you can see, are guided through the first few years of their life. The impalas are going to come behind this elephant and drink this muddy goo. I'm going to try. He's thinking, oh, my feet are so nice and cool in this muddy wallow. Should I get out? Should I stay here? Now that I've spoilt the water for everybody. Had a poo in there, had a pee. Really, really charming. My watering hole. They are cheeky elephants. They can be quite territorial around water. You wouldn't really call it territorial, but quite dominant around water. Most other animals definitely stay out of their way. Well, is he going to drink? Now that he's fouled the whole water, he's going to walk around the edge here. And he's going to check if there's an area that hasn't succumbed to the mud wallow that he went through. There's sort of, not sure. No, tastes quite foul. Also at the same time, he's smelling. Who's been here? There were lions here yesterday. Starbuck, I actually have no idea. It's possible that they do like we do. There might be a connection in the back of the throat. Oh, now it's time to just enjoy this stick. It makes sense that they would, but they most certainly do breathe through their trunk. Through the roof of the mouth, I can tell you with certainty that there's the organ of Jacobson. Oh, right there on the throat. That's the spot. Goodness me. Organ of Jacobson, which is the two dots, two holes in the roof of the elephant's palate that communicate with the brain, or with the organ of Jacobson, communicate the a lot of things that go on, especially with regards to reproduction. But whether they have an esophagus and a throat that cuts off like ours, I actually don't know. I couldn't tell you that. I know they've got an enormous nasal cavity inside the head there. And the organ of Jacobson does link through the mouth, so it would make me feel that they do breathe through the mouth. They do have a voice box that makes all sorts of noises. So that comes from the throat, so that would make me assume that there's some form of connection with the lungs. Connection to the lung design. But one thing I do know is that everybody loves a good bum scratch. Oh yeah. On the ribs, under the armpit. Okay, well, we're going to spend another moment with this elephant. We might move on and see if we can find another watering hole. In the meantime, over to Alex, who's now on the Djuma Dam cam.
Thanks, Stephen. Yes, we are back in Djuma, and you'll notice a little impala ram just below us, and I will get a closer view at him now. It is rather cool. So we've had quite a bit of diversity here today. This one standing rather still, almost statue-like. Of course, here we go, a little bit of ear movement. So definitely alive and rather cool, but stone still. And very cool to see. You can really just see what condition and how good a condition this ram is in. A lovely coat, good muscle structure, of course. Neck starting to get a bit fuller as it will be coming towards the rut. Although I do think maybe a year off full maturity. So perhaps next season being when this ram will then start to compete. But really cool. Lovely to get a nice close view of a ram. An impala anyway as well. You can just see those metatarsal glands on the back, on his back legs. And really stunning. Get a nice look at his face. You'll just see. So not ruminating at the moment. But quite stunning. Always cool to get a good little close-up of any animal, really. Let's just have a nice little look-see. I will and you can really just see how pretty that coat is. One or two flies. And a very clear eye. Brown eye. Stunning. So it does look like this impala probably just taking the opportunity to rest up as opposed to anything else. We got a little bit of grooming, and of course he will use specially designed teeth. Also they do help comb through those coats of theirs as well. So very cool to see. Kind of getting a little bit of that, but it's going through his tail at the moment. But they do use those teeth of theirs kind of as grooming, almost like a comb, and they comb through their coats. So not only do they have the added benefit of those red-billed oxpeckers that are on, to some degree they'll also have yellow-billed if they were in the area. And of course then also using those teeth of theirs to comb through the coat, Also remove any ectoparasites that could be present then, or any knots as well. And it's really quite rare that you would see an impala that doesn't look stunning. They really are elegant. Thank you, Crystal. Yes, he really is beautiful. A stunning, stunning boy indeed. So lovely to see him. A little bit of rumination going on now. I think just using the shade to kind of keep out of the sun. But not too much going on. So we're still standing rather still. Not doing too much else. But nice to just watch this boy. A little rumination session on his own. Really not expending too much energy at all. So quite cool. Lovely to be able to just sit and just watch and really admire how pretty impalas are. Very often overlooked. But nice to see. I'll try to get a little closer in on his face again. If he does move though, the focus will go. So bear with me for a second. Notice that little ant kind of moving down his muzzle towards his nostrils as well. And really quite cool. They do have very soft coats too. That lovely white around the eye, so really cool. Lovely little identification points here that you would be able to note. Of course, adaptations that they have evolved to have as well. Thanks very much, Claire Bear. And yeah, he definitely does win Best Statue Prize. Although now we do have some rumination, so he's not as still as he was. Of course, just chewing on the bolus. Being a ruminant, obviously a 4-chambered stomach system that they do have. So very advanced, as opposed to what we were looking at earlier, the warthogs and the elephants. Kind of having those very rudimentary digestive systems, but very cool. Lovely to see. Really exquisite. I'm just going to zoom out. We can enjoy his presence some more now, but let's just have a look to see if there is anything else around. But nice that this impala is here, and I do think that there are probably a couple more boys around. So probably the rest of that bachelor herd probably about somewhere. And a rather busy day for those emerald spotted wood doves. Lots of calling going on right now. Just trying to see where there's a waterbuck bull there as well in the shade. That's going to come up top here, and we'll go and have a look at him. Let's just see if we can't find any more of those impala. Perhaps one or two maybe doing exactly what the waterbuck bull is doing. Just the one at the moment. We have been seeing a number of them, and there were some cows that came through the other day that sparked their interest. And also very impressive, lovely horns on him as well. And also taking the opportunity to statue it up. No rumination going on either at the moment for him too. And also just capitalizing on some of the shade that is present. It is going to be rather warm there in Djuma. And around 1:30, safe to say that the temperature is starting to soar. So rather relaxing, pressure scenes. Nice to just get that emerald spotted wood dove audio as well. And really quite cool. And you can notice how shaggy that waterbuck coat really is. Of course, those hairs are hollow and they do secrete that kind of oil onto their coats as well. That does help them obviously stay waterproof. Obviously found near water. Being rather dependent on that as well. That's very cool to see. This one licking his lips at the moment, so no rumination right now, but very cool.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
So enjoying a quiet moment here with this waterbuck bull. We've heard the lovely little blue wax bulls that are about. It's a wooden kingfisher as well somewhere around. Of course, I did say the emerald spotted wood dove too. That is somewhere in the vicinity. I'm going to zoom back out though. Let's see if our impala ram is still around as well and ruminating just underneath us. Otherwise, come back and join our bull. My pleasure, LG7. Thanks for tuning in, and fantastic that these guys are so close that we can really show them nice and close up. So, Impala Ram still doing his thing, ruminating away. So the waterbuck bull not ruminating at the moment, kind of taking the opportunity to rest up, but quite clearly this Impala Ram chewing the bolus, or the cud really. So just an interesting thing, interesting observations to make. Of course, scanning around with his ears, So trying to pick up on anything else that might be moving in the area. Very cool to see. Also just look at that horn structure as well. Kind of ribbed horn. I will focus in on it now for us as well. Oop, kind of moving away from us now, giving me the slip. So let's just come back out. I think I'm going to have a graze, so actually a little sleep. That's also fine. So the heat of the day, and clearly the right time just to relax. But I'm going to try and get closer in on his horns. Really quite cool. So typical of Impala horns. Of course on the back, not really having that rib, but on the front having that. Of course when they do rut, those ribs also do aid them as well. Which is quite cool. Of course horns separate or different to antlers. Horns are obviously present and obviously start to grow. And obviously stay with them for the rest of their lives, whereas antlers are seasonal and then fall off too. So just quite cool. Also just noticing that kind of sheen that is on the horn at the moment. Of course they are rather reflective too at times as well. So very cool to see. Still a little bit of rumination still going on here. And really quite cool. So obviously the difference between this common impala and the black-faced impala that we get up in Okukuyo, you can see quite clearly here on their forehead, and you can actually notice that every now and then there are a few in the area, and in particular with these common impala, they will have a kind of black kind of mark between their ears and their foreheads, but it doesn't extend all the way down that muzzle like they do obviously on the black-faced impala, which are endemic kind of to that maybe a southwestern of Angola part, or southern eastern even of Angola as well. So in that area, that's where they're from, and obviously more arid and arid adapted, so far more suited to dry conditions than say these common impala. But very, very cool. So just getting the audio also of one of the crested barbets that are around. This one, Impala, seems to kind of have a break every now and then from chewing the bolus. I'm going to zoom back out and see if anything has changed with the waterbuck. Of course, we can have another scan around to see if anyone else has come through for us. But a fair amount of action here at Gowrie Dam today. Hi Zoe. So antelope effectively have teeth that are designed for grazing and browsing, so lots of molars. They do obviously have kind of those incisors at the front of their mouth as well, so that obviously that aids in plucking. So the teeth obviously perform different tasks. So the molars obviously then grinding down food, and those front teeth obviously being used then to kind of pick at vegetation as well. But just before that question, lovely audio of some helmeted shrikes, white helmeted shrikes. Very cool birds, lovely and interesting eye that they do have. All of the helmeted shrikes are retters as well. It's also Rufus, I think, chestnut. I'll have to double check that. That was being the more endangered of the three of them. But, very cool birds, a very interesting look. And they do then move around in kind of little family groups, actively foraging around, with the other being the chestnut-fronted halmatrike. A very cool bird, all three of them. Very interesting. So the white-crested halmatrike, just calling prior to the question. Chagrin now as well. And the chestnut-fronted halmatrike kind of sounds like the impala is coughing. I'll have to have a look there. Let's have a look and see what is that. But the chestnut-fronted halmatrike found. He seems to have moved. That must have been him coughing. So something in the bolus there. Obviously not to his taste. But the chestnut-fronted halmatrike found in Mozambique to some degree. Maybe the northern parts of KwaZulu-Natal and in one or two very small areas along the eastern highlands of Zimbabwe. And a very cool bird. All three of them, as I said, very awesome. So the Retzers and the white-crested halmatrike found here in Djuma. The Retzers being a little bit bigger. And always in those familial foraging groups. So let's just see. Impala obviously back on his feet. Back to that statue pose. So just a quiet moment being spent here with our impala, and you can see him actually then using his teeth of his combing through the coat. So quite cool to watch that behavior going on at the moment. Very interesting to watch. A nice little bit of insight into his life. So still just enjoying quiet moments here with this Impala ram, and lovely that he is right here, basically on the camera. He was just grazing, but now also just having a little peer about, of course capitalizing on the shade, and, clearly vigilant. So standing still like a statue. I'm going to just zoom back out. If he does start to cough again, we'll come back to him. Looks like something's on a little hand. So we've got an Impala, or actually an Inyala, that's kind of waded over. Two of them here. Moved across onto that little dry patch that is starting to show here in Gari Dam. Obviously not anything too deep, but lovely to see. So nice that they've also come out. There's a greenback Cameroptera calling too. Really lovely to see these Inyala have treated us today. Although they did go and hide in the thickets too at one point. But nice that they're back out for us. It's a little bit windy, so I'm not going to get too much closer to them. So we are just watching these Inyala, seeing what they get up to. I think perhaps moving towards the drainage, so we might lose them. But lovely that they are with us. Oop. So on the Inyala, roughly around 14 stripes on the body as well. And when we do see them, quite interestingly, stripes on this bull not as visible. So of course, each Inyala has their own coat pattern. We have our own fingerprints. And up to 14 stripes odd. I think kind of making their way across to the drainage. Just watch where she goes. Looks like he's following quite intently. And I was saying earlier that it is around 2 to 3 years of age that these ewes, cows, come into a full breeding maturity. So they are able to reproduce at around 12 odd, so basically a year to 18 months. But full sexual maturity is reached at around 2 to 3 years of age for them, and with the bulls at around 5 years of age. So I do think they're going to disappear here. We're probably not going to get the best view of them anymore. But, let's just have a look. I think the bull is going to be our best option for the moment. So it has been rather cool and a lovely little interlude with some awesome antelope here at Djuma. Nice to get the close-ups of both the waterbuck and the impala. But of course, we are now off to Nick in Kariega with one of their predators.
Yeah, welcome back to Kariega with our beautiful lions. So I've managed to relocate this male. This is the one that we were talking about that that we couldn't see earlier, and I've positioned myself here strategically in the hope that his brother will actually come towards him. You can see there's a little bit of shade where his brother is lying at the moment, is in the sun. Oh, sorry, let me move this. He's actually now moved out of the sun, and he's starting to make an appearance here for us. Ah, look at that. Maybe he's going to come and join his brother. Let's have a look. Yeah, it looks like he's going to settle down there. Whew. That was a having to do a bit of high speed panning there. Glasses in the mouth and all of that. What a beautiful pose though. Look at that. That is absolutely stunning. Wow, what a beauty. So yeah, I was kind of hoping he was going to go and potentially head to his brother, maybe do a little bit of head nuzzling just to sort of reinforce the bonds between each other there. But remember, a lot of that sort of behavior we would see just before they're looking to potentially start to get up and move. In terms of this male's life decision from moving where he was, he's back to square one. You know, he's in the heat there. You can see he's still feeling it. But I mean, remember, we were just saying that shady patch where he was kind of diminishing quite a lot. But he hasn't really made much of an effort to find any other shade like his brother has done. I mean, his brother's tucked quite tightly underneath a little milkweed tree, so definitely not providing the most shade and the most cover in the world, although it is doing the trick. This is screensaver stuff right here, guys. If he just maybe opens his eyes for a little bit and looks towards us, that is the shot that we're looking for. Look at the size of his head. He's an absolute beauty. You can see there he's kind of looking straight at his brother there. Now don't assume his brother is going to go up and join him there. You know, he's got himself a shady spot. This one's in the sun, so I'd be very surprised if he does go and join him there, but you never know. We were kind of talking a little bit earlier. I love that position with the mouth slightly opened like that. Tina, he's got the most gorgeous highlights. Oh, he's got beautiful hair. Oh gosh, a good chuckle. Kind of does look like he's potentially had some highlights there. Now let's have a look and see if he's potentially gonna go and join his brother here. No. Just a little bit of a reposition. Can really get a good idea of the density of his mane from this angle here. But Tina, I can see why you'd say it looks like he's got highlights in his mane. There's definitely a lot of color variation throughout that mane, you know, nice and dark on the top there, underneath his chest as well, and then kind of on the side of his face. It's quite light, almost like he does have highlights in there. And the big boy's getting comfy. Elizabeth, if you were watching Wild Earth yesterday, my rendition of a lion would make them roar. No jokes. Yesterday I tried to give a rendition of a lion roar and he poked his head up and had a look at me, which, as you can tell, I'm quite proud of. But no, in terms of roaring, that's basically for a lion like this to advertise his presence. It's basically saying, this is my territory, this area is taken. It's a passive way, essentially, of saying, this is my territory. Obviously, more of a direct route is fighting. But even lions like this male will prefer to take the passive route, not having to fight, so rather moving around the whole circumference of his territory, scent marking as he goes, and then another means of that passive sort of demarcation of territory is roaring. So roaring is obviously going to travel quite far. On a very still evening, it can travel as far as 8 kilometers. So I mean, it can really travel a whole lot of distance. And in terms of conserving energy and things like that, that's allowing him to not have to move 8 kilometers, and all the while still basically marking his territory. So roaring forms a pivotal and crucial part of lion dynamics. In terms of the conditions that we've got now, midday, you won't often find a lion roaring at midday like it is now, and it's really quite breezy now. Remember, when it's windy like this, his roar isn't going to travel as far as if it's completely still. So I'd be very, very surprised if we saw any type of roaring coming from these males now. Yeah, he's in lovely condition.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
that was lovely to see that one coming down that little embankment there. See his body size, to see his shoulder muscles moving. Yeah, you can see he's a muscular animal. I still feel like he's got the raw end of the deal in terms of where he's lying here. Yeah, I mean, a decent portion of his body is in the shade, but his face is directly in the sun there. But you can see it's a very tight spot to be able to get his whole body into the shade. But wow, that was absolutely incredible. In this heat, to see them move like that is lovely. In terms of their relationship with females, it's a good question. There will be a dominant one between the two of them. Looking at it so far, I mean, I haven't spent a whole lot of time with these male lions. I haven't seen them with females before. But having a look at these two individuals as they are without the ladies here, this one on the right hand side has got a lot more scratches and scars on his face, which to me kind of points towards the fact that he may potentially be the dominant male, you know, purely because if he is the dominant male, he's going to be doing the mating before the other one. And remember, for lionesses, mating is quite a painful process, so there's a lot of swatting of paws, growling and hitting and things like that. So that's the only reason why I'm saying he may be the dominant male. But other than if the ladies were not here, in terms of getting closer to the evening time, when they do get up and actually do start to move, the dominant male will often be the first one to get up and start to move, determining when they're going to move, where they're going to move. And in thickets like this of where they are, they'll be following game trails or even something like the road, which is the path of least resistance. So we'll have to see in the coming days. Hopefully, if we can get them together with some of the lionesses, that would be amazing. That would be incredible. But all good things come to those who wait. Yeah, that's definitely a bit of brotherly love that's going on here. And in case you have just tuned into the channel with us and you've just joined us, you're currently here with myself and Nick at Kariega, and we spent most of the afternoon with these beautiful male lions. Stephen Madikwe has had lovely elephant sighting. We've had a few water bucks in Djuma, so we've had a lovely little variety of different species. As you can see, with these lions kind of tucking themselves into the shade as much as they can. It's been an absolute scorcher of a day here today. Now it's a little breeze coming through, but it has been very, very hot today. I was wondering how long that position of this male on the right with all of the cuts and scars on his face, how long he was going to rest his chin on the stomach of the other one, with him breathing and panting so heavily. It looked like it was really just a matter of time before he shifted positions. So if you look at this photographically now, very, very difficult scene to be shooting. One in the sun and one in the shade. Not easy. There's no easy way around this. I think the easiest thing will be to wait until the afternoon, until the sun gets a little bit softer. But until then, until the sun does get a bit softer, let's maybe head across to Alex in Djuma and see what he's got for us.
So yes, back here in Djuma at the moment. And just with the Egyptian geese right now. Of course, the two goslings still there, kind of sheltering away from the wind at the moment. It's a cool little scene. Very relaxing. And now it's just to touch base with these Egyptian geese at the moment. Hi, Richard. They are very, very protective of their chicks. Of course, the Egyptian geese are also rather territorial too. There was a stage a couple of months back when we actually had around 16 of them around the dam, and the residents were very unimpressed with those that kind of descended in on them. Looks like they are slowly getting up and moving about. I'm sure we'll see a little bit of foraging going on. Just going to try and keep track of them. So interesting just to see. They're quite cool. And you can see how big those goslings really have got. As I said, basically getting into that fledge of theirs. Let's just see if we can keep track of them. But a little bit overcast at the moment. Controls are being a bit sticky. I'm going to come back out. So I think we are going to lose them behind the bushes momentarily. I want to just come back and see if our waterbuck bull is still in the area. Perhaps he's on his feet now. So do just bear with me as I scan across. As the Nyala did disappear into the drainage line. So unfortunately, we can't keep track of them at the moment. They might have popped out, but we'll just have to wait and see what is going on. And it looks like our waterbuck bull also deciding that he needed to get on with his day. Let's just see if he perhaps moved this side. Otherwise, we'll see if the Egyptian geese are still around. Doesn't look like anyone else is present. So before I get into the tree there, let's just have a little scan around. The impala also did move off. It is quite possible that they are on the side. So while we pan around and have a little scan around, let's head back to Nick and Karicha and see what's going on there with his lines.
Yeah, so our one male has just got up and he's moved slightly further back on our left hand side. There's more milkwood shrubs that are growing there, and he's off to find himself a bit of a shady spot there. So there wasn't enough shade for the both of them, which kind of did look like it, and you might think that, you might assume that this male would maybe reposition himself, get his sun, or at least get his head out of the sun. I just want to pan to the left here and show you in terms of where this other male has gone. In terms of when you are walking through the bush, you need to be very careful about looking where you're going and things like that. So here in the frame you can see this is the milkweed shrub, the bush that I was talking about, and in there that male lion is resting. And you can see, I mean, even though we know he's gone in there, you just cannot see him. And you will only know more than likely once you get very close. But remember, you've got to keep your wits about you when you are walking through the bush. You can't always look for the whole animal. You've got to look for, you know, little ears and things like that. But that is where he's gone into to have his little rest there. And no real changes here with our other male. But this is quite common in terms of for these males to kind of just get up, shift position, find some shade. Obviously throughout the course of the day, with the sun moving in the sky from east to west, your shady patches are going to change in obviously relation to where the sun is in the sky. So this is quite common just to see them shifting places. At least there is a little bit of a breeze. I feel like without this breeze, oh, it would be unbearable. You know, I sometimes look at the animals and think, what if I could be an animal? You know, what would I be? And I reckon 9 times out of 10 I'd choose a hippo. He's big, he's chunky, but I feel like he lives the life. Yeah, he just frolics around in the water, you know. Comes out at night time when it's nice and cool to do a little bit of feeding. When you're a baby hippo, you can just ride a shotgun on top of mom's back. It's quite a comical pose that he's got here with when he lifts his head up like that into the wind and he's got his eyes closed and his mouth open. Actually, 100%. They can smell other animals from a distance, especially with the wind blowing quite hard like this. It'll blow the scent a lot more towards them. If he did pick up on a type of scent, he'd definitely lift his head all the way up and you'd see him deeply inhaling. So they can definitely smell other animals from quite a way away. I'm kind of hoping he does lift his head again for us here. It's such a funny position. You can just see that he's like struggling with the heat. And I'm sure if we were very close to him, if he had flopped down next to the vehicle, you would actually hear every single breath. I mean, as we are now, we are actually relatively close. We're probably about 15 meters away or so. And even though he's panting really deeply, really heavily, from this distance we just won't hear it because of the wind that's pushing through here. It's definitely been incredible to spend the majority of 2 days with this coalition of lions, with these brothers. You know, and they've been in such a lovely spot for us, kind of oscillating between shady spots like this and on that ridge line where we saw them walking down from. Really been able to move around them photographically almost, you know, get some nice side-on shots and maneuver the vehicle to get darker backgrounds behind them, zooming in for some closer portrait angles and perspectives. They've really put a lovely show on for us. In terms of them still being here tomorrow, I mean, I wouldn't put my money on it, but you never know. You can kind of see this position that he's got himself in here as well. You can kind of see his... no, he doesn't want us to have a look. We were going to start talking about his teeth, but he all of a sudden felt very self-conscious. But it's alright. No, what I was going to say was that he's still, you can tell that he's still quite young by still whitish teeth. He's still got, his canines are still sort of fully intact. They're nice and pointed. They're not rounded over, maybe like a slightly older male's might be. I feel like that wasn't a very successful reposition if he was trying to get his head in the shade. And you can see how every now and then he kind of flicks his tail up and down. That's obviously just, there's a few flies that are flying around him there. But in terms of him showing us how he's feeling, you know, some of the warning signs that you could look for from a lion if he's feeling a bit grumpy, he doesn't really want you there. One of the first things you'll see is a distinct tail flicking. So here it's quite a relaxed sort of flick up and it just flops back down. But obviously if he's trying to warn you that he's not so keen on you being there, he flicks it quite viciously and it hits the ground and you can hear it hitting the ground. His eyes will obviously be locked on you, those ears will be pinned back. So he'll flick that tail from side to side. And if you still keep coming close and you haven't seen that warning sign, or you haven't sort of adhered to the fact that he doesn't want you coming closer, he'll often just give like a little warning grunt. And that kind of just lets you know, hey, back off. Amy, I'm glad that these lions have made your day. They are absolute beauties. They've made my day as well. Stunning lions, and they've cooperated so well. You know, when they did initially get up and reposition themselves, I thought that was going to be it. I thought they were going to go and tuck themselves in one of the little drainage lines, in one of the little tributaries, in an area that we couldn't get into. But they've really read the script so nicely for us. Been nice that we've been able to see them up and moving as well. I mean, yesterday it was beautiful spending time with them, but I feel like we did get the added bonus today of seeing them up, seeing them move, and getting an idea of the size of them. Further little reposition there. I feel like he's struggling a little bit to actually find the shade there. But just keep in mind that from next week we will be doing back to school, where you can join us on our sunset safari for the first hour. And yeah, we're looking for all schools from all around the world to come and join us. You can ask questions. The more the merrier. The brother of this one I still haven't seen. I think he's most likely just flopped down in those milkweed shrubs there. I've really been hoping that we might actually get one of those monarch butterflies landing down close by to this male. You know, we talked about the monarchs, really, the caterpillars feeding on these leaves. It would be lovely if we could get a monarch and this lion in the same frame, kind of a zoomed in portrait. I did see a picture the other day of a male lion. I think it was up in Tanzania, I think it was. He was lying on a rock, and there was this little skink or little lizard, I can't remember what it was. This lion was sleeping, and this little skink was going right up to the lion and like checking it out. And it was actually a video. I think it wasn't a picture. And the lion would flick his tail to chase a fly away, and this little skink would lose his confidence and he'd scuttle away. And he'd come back to the lion and he'd check the lion out again. Shame, not a happy chappy, this lion. I feel like he's just he's done with this heat. He just wants it to cool down. He's ready for a bit of cooler weather. But at least in terms of lying where he is here, remember earlier where he was lying on that kind of hard, more shaly type of surface? More shaly ground. It must have been a little bit more uncomfortable. There must have been the odd pebble or two that was kind of sticking out. Whereas here on the grass, I feel like it definitely must be a bit more comfortable. You know, you go camping and you decide where you're going to set up your tent, the orientation of your tent, and when you finally do get everything set up and you've got your sleeping bag sorted inside and you flop down after a long day, and there's a small rock, there's a small pebble directly under you. There's always that one that gets you. So I feel like they were steering away from those little pebbles. They've done well here. But I think let's take you across to Alex at the Djuma Dam Camp, and sounds like he's got some Inyala there.
Thanks, Nick. And yeah, from lion to a lovely little family group of Inyala. So lots of females, and of course, young male here as well. And enjoying the shade. So grazing along under the shade, under the tree right now. You can also hear those green wood hoopoes as well. So very cool, nice peaceful interlude at the moment.
Mashatu Game Reserve has a glowing reputation as one of the most beautiful reserves in southern Africa. And now, atop a soaring cliff overlooking the Majale River, beneath the groves of euphorbia succulents, sits the stunning new Mashatu Euphorbia Villas. These eco-friendly villas echo their beautiful natural surroundings, shaped to match the Mapanu parts of Mashatu. Enjoy earthy glamour with a consciousness for conservation woven into every element of these camps within the 32,000 hectare reserve.
Just sticking with the Inyala, they are going to slowly start to move off, but nice that we are with them. Of course, you can watch that bull there kind of pawing at the ground. That young sapling that it's kind of going after at the moment. Just interesting to watch. Nice behavior. And rather relaxed. The heat of the day. Hi, Karen. Thank you very much. It was rather interesting and cool to watch the impala stand so still like it did. Really cool. But, it's been an awesome escape to nature anyway. Lovely that we've had such an array of species, really. That Ellie also earlier was lovely. And nice just to sit with the Inyala at the moment. I'm not too sure where the impala and the waterbuck got to, but yeah, both of them did treat us as well. We're hanging through. And lovely just to see the Inyala bull and the ewe there as well. Really just note the difference in the two of them. So very cool. Too sure what has spooked them. They're all kind of running out, and do just bear with me for a second. I'm going to speed up the controls. There is more impala on the way. And they've all come through now to join us. So we have everyone really here. Nyala in the background. And Impala right here having a drink. So we'll get a little closer onto them. Clearly not statues, but just very, very cool scenes as well. So some lovely Impala ewes. 1 or 2 rams. And everyone having a quiet drink. So quenching that thirst. Rather warm day, no doubt. And capitalizing on the water that is here. Just off of Gari Dam. That little pan just above. Just come out. You'll also be able to hear the ox peckers. And it looks like the Nyala have snuck off down into the drainage line. So unfortunately they won't be with us as we end. But the Impala are here. Actually, jokes, the Nyala have gone through. So perhaps they'll be going to the water's edge. We'll just have to wait and see. Of course, our Impala are right here at the moment. A lovely little herd that has joined us. That rather guttural noise of the Impalas. And really just a lovely way to end our escape to nature today. Nice that the Impala have come through. And really lovely that we've had such a busy day at the waterholes today. With Licia and Juma. Juma really coming through for the win. Lots going on here today. Warthogs, elephant, obviously Impala, waterbuck, and Inyala. So lovely to hear. Lovely birds as well. Some nice bird life as well across in Okakuyo. Of course, lovely lion sightings. But sadly, it is that time of the day where we do have to wrap up and we do have to say cheerio to everyone. Of course, we will be back again tomorrow morning for another escape to nature. And following this, it is Penguin Beach. And from there, of course, the Sunset Safari. So do stay tuned. It will be another action-packed afternoon. And of course, do join us again tomorrow morning for another escape to nature. But from all of us here, thank you for watching and for joining us. And of course, thank you to the wildlife for coming through the way that it did today. But do enjoy your Saturday afternoon, and we will see you tomorrow.